All right, I'm going to give it a minute just because there's been some technical issues in the room here. All right, I'm going to call the August 23rd, 2022 Urban Planning Committee meeting to order. Before we begin, I'd like to do land acknowledgement. At this time, I'd like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have walked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit and now settlers from around the world. With that, I'll do a roll call first of committee members. I'm Sarah Hamilton. I'm chairing this committee meeting, and I'd like to thank my colleague Aaron Paquette, who is he present with us?
He is.
There we go. Thank you for chairing the last meeting. Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Thank you, and Councillor Salvador. You might be on mute. Oh, no. Is your audio working?
Now it's working.
Now it's working. Great. Yeah. Good to see you. And Mayor Sohi is joining us.
Good morning.
Yes. And of course, the mayor is a member of all of our committees. So thank you for joining us today. And then we're also joined by Councillor Stevenson and Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
And online, Councillor Knack and Councillor Rutherford and Councillor Rice. And I think that is all for members of council joining us today. Adoption of the agenda. I'm going to go to Councillor Salvador.
Sure, yeah, happy to move the adoption of the agenda with the following changes. The addition of 7.5, the Edmonton Ski Club replacement. Replacement report, community services report, CS 01136. As well as items to be dealt with together, 7.1, Edmonton Ski Club Temporary Modular Building Addition, Environmental Impact Assessment, and Site Location Study, and 7.5, the Edmonton Ski Club replacement.
Thank you. Any questions, comments, concerns on those additions, replacements, or cross-referencing? I'm not seeing any, so please vote.
We have 5 votes.
Please display. And that is carried. Approval of the minutes, Councillor Principe.
Thank you. I would like to approve the minutes of the can I see it? August 9th? I would like to approve the minutes of the August 9th, 2022 Urban Planning Committee.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Seeing none, please vote.
The vote's just on its way. We have 5 votes.
Please display. And that is carried. Thank you. Protocol items. I received no notification of protocol items today, so I will move past that item. The selection of items for debate. Yeah, we're having trouble clicking on. So I heard Councillor Principe had an item, and then I'll go to, I imagine Councillor Salvador has an item as well.
I'll let Councillor Salvador go first.
Okay. All right, Councillor Salvador.
Sure, yeah, and apologies, I just could not click on there. Yeah, so I'd like to select 7.1 and 7.5 to be dealt with together, as well as all of them, 7.2, 7.3, 7.4.
Perfect, thank you.
Thanks.
And that's all of the items on our agenda. Perfect. So we have nothing to vote on. Requests to speak. Councillor Principe, do you want to read in? We do have some requests to speak.
Certainly. I would like to move that the Urban Planning Committee hear from the following speakers and panels when appropriate. 7.1, Edmonton Ski Club Temporary Modular Building Addition. Zoe Sloan with the Edmonton Ski Club in person. Jake Hendy, Indigenous Sports Council of Alberta. And 7.4, Curbside Management Strategy, Kevin Peterson and Stephen Rates. 7.5, Heather McSporran-Heel, Edmonton Ski Club, Jennifer Hale, Edmonton Ski Club, Sandy Fleming, Ski Club, Andrew Curry, Zoe Sloan, and Jake Hendy.
Thank you. And I believe 7.1 and 7.5 are cross-referenced now. We did that with agenda approval, so we will hear all those speakers at the same time in one panel. So with that, any questions, comments, concerns? Please vote to accept the speakers as read in.
We have 5 votes.
Please display the vote. Thank you, that's carried. And request for time specific on the agenda. We do have one. Councillor Salvador?
Yes, so yeah, just move that the following item be dealt with specific time on the agenda, 7.5, the Edmonton Ski Club replacement at 1:30.
All right. And that would also mean 7.1 as well, would all be dealt with at 1:30. So questions, comments, concerns on that?
Just give me 1 second.
Sure.
Just check schedule. I didn't know that was coming. Okay, I'll be able to come back. Yeah, got it.
Okay. All those in favor?
Yeah.
We have 5 votes.
Please display. And that is carried. So how, to clarify how things are going to go, we're going to deal with items 7.2, then 7.3, and then 7.4. And then at 1:30, we have a time specific on 7.1 and 7.5. So at that time, we'll get a presentation from administration, and then we'll hear from the speakers on 7.1 and 7.5 at 1:30. And that's our day. So to items, with that, we'll go to item 7.2 and our presentation from administration.
Okay. Hello, members of committee. Good morning. We're here today to report on tools to capture value from new development to invest in community amenities in redeveloping areas, including options for advancing this work as part of the growth management framework. Joining me today are a number of people from the department: Brian McCosh, the Acting General Supervisor of Urban Growth; Sean Booley, the Senior Planner from Planning Strategies; Rhonda Toohey, who's one of our directors in the department; and Kim Petrin, who's one of the branch managers. I'll now pass it over to the team to provide the presentation.
Good morning. Next slide, please. As the city plan is implemented and Edmontonians move into the developing area, Tools to support and activate growth and investment in amenities are keys to success. District planning and zoning bylaw renewal provide the opportunity to consider city tools that are used to fund amenities. In the redeveloping area, these amenities require attention and investment over the life of the city plan and may not have been designed with the variety and number of users expected at later population thresholds. This report considers City Policy C599A, Community Amenity Contributions and Direct Control Provisions, and provides 3 options for information. Next slide. Community amenity contributions are the only option currently within the city's mandate used to capture value from upzoning, which in this case is any application that proposes increasing the floor area ratio by more than 5% through a direct control zone. There has been a decrease in direct control rezoning since changes to the zoning bylaws medium-scale residential zones were approved by Council in 2019. The zoning bylaw renewal initiative may lead to even less frequency of direct control rezoning by updating and better aligning zones and regulations. This would mean fewer opportunities to require community amenity contributions. Amenity contributions are based on a defined rate. Examples of eligible amenities are publicly accessible open space, streetscape or public park improvements, dwelling units with 3 or more bedrooms, or improvements to community league facilities. Next slide. 3 options are presented for discussion. Option 1 focuses on slightly increasing the contribution rate and incorporating the city plan geography and approach into this policy. For this option, it'll be important to clearly identify community needs and impacts associated with new development and maintain consistent contributions among applicants. A district lens could be applied to determining needs. Funds could potentially be pooled, though further analysis is required to determine the level of redevelopment required to make this option feasible in specific areas. These changes may be a disincentive or barrier to development in some locations. Option 2 considers significantly expanding where amenity contributions apply and could even be charged in the developing area. In some locations, a lack of development or staggered development may not generate enough money to fund amenities. This option involves the greatest administrative effort, as it would be a new service. This option would be a comprehensive approach to leverage new development to fund amenities and could help advance the city plan's systems and networks through investment with amenity contributions rather than the tax base to some degree. With option 3, amenities would continue to be funded through tax levy supported capital dollars with other existing tools explored. In this case, we recommend reviewing the community amenity contribution policy after the zoning bylaw renewal is complete. Next slide. Access to amenities has been part of the community perception survey and was mentioned during the city plan engagement, both regarding the need for and importance of amenities. Industry engagement would occur if Urban Planning Committee directs administration to pursue this topic further. We will continue to focus on the growth management framework. City policy would remain unchanged, and amenities would continue to be funded through tax levy supported capital dollars through the capital prioritization process. The community amenity contribution policy will be reviewed after the zoning bylaw renewal is implemented in 2023-24 to assess whether changes are merited under the new regulations. That concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador, you selected this, so I'll go to you first for questions.
Yeah, great, thank you. Appreciate the presentation. So just a few questions. So options 1 and 2 in the report, and I know those aren't being recommended, but I guess I would see those as fairly problematic and potentially, stymieing some of that development that we want to see in an infill context. Just wondering if you can comment on that.
Yes, I think that's absolutely the concern, Councillor Salvador. We want to start to remove barriers for infill and redevelopment. And so we feel that introducing new fees would be problematic in that sense.
Right. Okay. And then the other thing that I've been sort of contemplating as I was reading this report, obviously it's focused on redeveloping areas. Would the same tools be at play in developing areas as well? And I recognize that one of the challenges when we're looking at redeveloping areas is that there's not necessarily enough redevelopment activity over that short period of time to justify something like a levy. And can you just explain to me how that might differ in a developing or new neighborhood context?
So I think the context is completely different. Greenfield development is set up so that there are a number of fees and charges, and when a new neighborhood is developed, those fees and charges pay for a lot of the infrastructure that goes into the area. With redevelopment, we don't have that in place, and so the community amenity contribution is one tool that we have to add quality of life type amenities to the area that wouldn't necessarily, that would make up for the additional density that's being brought into the neighborhood.
Right, right. Okay, and when it comes to equitable access to amenities, I, of course, think of 15-minute communities and that goal and that vision. Have we done any sort of spatial analysis that says, certain communities are better positioned to have access to those amenities than others? Some are closer to becoming those 15-minute communities than others. I think that could just be a really, really interesting lens to view this from. Is that part of the work plan at all?
So that kind of gap analysis is absolutely part of the growth management framework's work plan, and that will build off of what we learn out of the district plans. So once the district plans are in place, we'll have a better way of actually doing that assessment and making sure that that we're approaching all of our districts equitably in terms of how we analyze.
Okay, and then one of the questions I had just around next steps and how growth management would move forward, I believe there was mention of an unfunded service package being brought forward. I guess my question is, why is that coming as an unfunded package? I just think this seems really fundamental to implementing the city plan. This is one of our primary tools for implementation. Would that be, why unfunded, I guess?
Councillor Salvador, we're working through that right now at the executive leadership team table in terms of what comes as a funded service package as a recommendation from administration. And at this point, we're just not able to comment on whether this one would be, a top priority. There's a number of different service packages that are on the table, and we're working through that. But it will be prioritized in the whole with the lens to what helps with city plan, what helps with meeting our carbon budget. So I would expect that this one will be. I'm going to stop. Actually, I'm not going to say where it's going to fall yet because we've got to do the work.
Sure, I'll say that I think that this one would be incredibly important to prioritize, just given its importance for implementing city plan alongside things like district planning and zoning bylaw renewal. So thank you for the clarity there. Then one more question, and this kind of leads a little bit into the next item, but I think it's still relevant. So there was mention of the offsite levy bylaw for fire halls that was approved in 2021 for developing areas, that is. I guess I'm just wondering, is there any feedback on how that's gone so far? I know we've been hesitant to look at offsite levies for other things like rec centers in developing areas, but how have things gone with the fire halls?
I can't unfortunately comment on that. I know that things are still in progress, and we're working really closely with the development community. So I don't have any specific feedback to share on that today. I don't know if anyone else does.
Councillor Salvador, it's Ms. Petra, I would just add there's just only been a number of subdivision applications that have the conditions applied, so we are still early days in terms of that implementation.
What I would add, Councillor Salvador, is what I've heard from Municipal Affairs is that the City of Edmonton did set the bar in terms of engagement, which is a really important component when we do bring new offsite levies in, that we had a very robust engagement process that they look to in terms of the level of transparency and engagement that we had with both Municipal Affairs and the industry through that process.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Sohi.
Yeah, thank you. So one of the advantages that we have here in Edmonton, along many other advantages, is our housing affordability, right? So do we continue to apply that lens to everything that we do, that we maintain that affordability, whether it's levies or other charges upfront that we charge, whether in redeveloping areas or developing areas?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that's something that we're very keenly aware of, that from an economic development perspective, talent attraction and retention perspective, that our affordability is part of our Why Edmonton story.
Right, and that is considered as part of the overall plan for economic growth, as you mentioned, attracting people, population, reaching to that 2 million people population goal. So it's not done in isolation, because it could be tempting sometimes to have a levy that pays some cost, that reduces burden on property taxes, but we lose the big picture.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. We need to make sure we always have that big picture in mind.
Okay. And so option 3 is that's the option you want to further study, or that's the option you want to move forward on, right?
Administration recommends option 3 at this point because we have a large body of work underway called the Growth Management Framework, and we want to make sure that we're not one-offing any of these, that we're looking at the big picture of growth management as we advance the city plan.
Okay. And that is tax levy supported amenities, as we do with the many other amenities that we build or rebuild.
That's correct. It also looks at tax levy supported amenities.
Okay. What has been the experience of other municipalities? Because some municipalities do charge a levy for upzoning, right? Has that been effective in those municipalities? Just want to, if we have done that analysis.
We administer that through our direct control in terms of the off-site or the community contributions through a direct control now. We haven't looked at the experiences in other jurisdictions that have a levy with the upzoning.
Yeah, well, Vancouver does, and it's pretty unaffordable. I know that's not the only reason. There are multiple other reasons for housing be unaffordable in Vancouver area.
What we need to really pay attention to as we welcome 1 more million people here is that we don't become an unaffordable city, as many Canadian cities have become over time. So we need to make sure that we have our eye on that for sure.
No, thank you for that. That's the only observation I had about making sure that we're maintaining that affordability as keeping that as an advantage for many things that we do. Okay, thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Just to follow up on the mayor's questions a little bit on the question of affordability, because it's always a bit of a tricky one. Where is the balance then? And I think that's what the question you want to look at holistically going forward as a part of everything else we're doing. The balance between an offsite levy that theoretically doesn't get passed on to the eventual buyer. Hard to say whether that does or not, frankly, or to just have those amenities on the tax base. So is that sort of what you're looking at?
Councillor Paquette, yes, and many other factors as well, but you're correct, affordability isn't just at a cost and therefore it erodes the affordability. We need to look at overall in terms of our financial sustainability, our environmental sustainability, the impact on the tax base, and that's why our recommendation is to focus on the growth management framework, where we're attempting to bring all of that complexity together and figure out the right way to advance the city plan in terms of mechanisms of who pays for what.
Yeah, and we're mid-stride in understanding that, I would assume. I don't think we're there yet.
I'm not even sure I would say mid-stride. I would say we're early days and working through that right now. Yes, we're working through it. Yeah.
This is, frankly, interestingly new territory for Alberta. Okay, so actually, there's a question. I know it's kind of interesting territory for Alberta. Do we have comparisons in other municipalities or jurisdictions that we draw from on this?
So Councillor Paquette, we have looked at other Canadian municipalities, and Of course, there's a variety of approaches and a variety of legislative frameworks that other cities that are comparable to Edmonton work under. So what we are trying to do is understand and learn from each of those. So, you know, Vancouver's been mentioned. There are obviously lessons to be learned, but the policies or practices aren't necessarily entirely portable to what we do in Edmonton. And so it is about trying to learn from other cities across Canada, but there's not like a cookie cutter approach that we can take, unfortunately.
No, I don't think so. Vancouver seems like a very, I've always found it to be an odd city to choose to compare Edmonton with. There's so many different geographic and population-based differences. Okay, so Madam Chair, understanding that, I'm happy to receive this item for information and put that on the floor.
All right, so we have a motion to receive on the floor. That doesn't mean that we cannot continue with questions, as there are questions. Still, thank you, Councillor Paquette.
Thank you.
My questions were mostly related to, they're very procedural, which is, you have a plan, Ms. McCabe, Ms. Butterfield, you're going to sort of carry on with the growth management work, and then this will be incorporated as a larger, as part of that work. And if it was the will of committee to move from that, we'd put forward something else. But right now your recommendation is let's look at this problem holistically.
That's correct.
Okay, and you don't need further instruction to proceed with option 3?
No, we don't.
All right, perfect. Okay, that's very clarifying. I think maybe one of the questions I have, and it's come up through the questions from members of committee so far, is that there's a sort of constant conversation about trade-offs. You know, is it about affordability? How do you renew older neighborhoods? And I'm wondering, from a process perspective, how do you weigh those things? How do you prioritize them?
That's going to be the work of the implementation that starts in January. And so understanding what the community wants and how we should approach that, even through conversations internally, that's the work that we want to keep doing starting in 2023.
All right. Thank you for that. And that means there's going to be some really great conversations in 2023 about these. Okay. Thank you very much. That was my brief questions. Councillor Councillor Stevenson.
Pretty interchangeable. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Yeah, thank you so much for the report. You know, I think that this motion was really coming out of, you know, I think it's important to clarify that we do have a precedent, right? With DCs, we do have an amenity an amenity contribution policy. And I believe that's been successful. You know, we still seem to see quite a few DCs coming, so it doesn't seem to have created a major affordability barrier. And I believe too that the community amenity contribution can also include things like affordable housing or family-sized housing as well. So, you know, the motion really came out of the fact that, you know, the community amenity contribution, I think particularly, you know, in neighborhoods like Oliver, really recognize that with new homes, which are great, there is going to be greater demand on local amenities. So this is a way to help offset that increased demand on the existing amenities. And again, that logic seems to have worked and been applied with direct control zones. So maybe, can administration just confirm, previously we were restricted to only development, direct control zones to have those types of agreements, but I believe we now also have the ability to do that through standard zones?
I think when it comes to applying it through standard zones, it would be how it's positioned through an area redevelopment plan, which would be like a redevelopment levy or an off-site levy. And so I could maybe just look to Mr. Johnson if he wanted to expand on that a little bit further in terms of the MGA.
Yeah, thanks for that. So, Councillor, we do have expanded powers in the charter that now give council a bit broader power on what they can put into zoning. but it doesn't really tie well into the standard zones well. It's always worked well more in the direct control context. So we do still look at a lot of the traditional tools we had.
And sorry, and what's the constraint with applying it in the standard zones?
So the authority is there. The premise on adding additional levies in that is that you tie it into the impact of the development, which becomes very difficult in standard zones. That's why it works so well in a direct control context. For example, if you're building a large tower, we can say near that tower, we need certain amenities, we need certain improvements. That's difficult in a standard context because of the broad nature of the zones. Does that make sense?
Right, because they could build under the full potential of the zone. Is that what you mean?
For sure.
Okay, interesting.
We just won't have the finished product when you're coming in for that rezoning decision.
Right. We could make the assumption that they would be building to the highest and best use under the new zone, or is that not possible to make that assumption?
We can. We also run into issues with timing and issues with what does that really look like. So your benefit to the community use tie into the detriment that the development is causing, and there's just a lot of ambiguities in that notion with the standard zones.
Very interesting, very interesting. You know, I think another reality with infill development as well is that even outside of the rezoning process, those developments do often contribute amenities in the form of hydrants, repaved back alleys. And I think one of the things I've heard most consistently from the infill community is just the challenge and the uncertainty that creates, that sometimes it's $80,000, sometimes it's $5,000. And so planning projects can be very, very challenging. So do you think, you know, again, the original motion was absolutely that this work happen as part of the growth management framework, no concerns there whatsoever, but just wondering sort of the immediacy of tackling some of these issues, what the current work plan looks like. I know that substantial completion is a major focus right now, so when do these questions come into play?
So the questions are certainly in play. What we need to do is ensure that we have our work plan for the next year and that we're asking the right questions at the right times. And we need more community input on some of those matters. I think we understand the issues really well, but the what next is the thing that needs to be worked through.
Yeah, and in terms of that community engagement, like I think Edmontonians have been pretty clear in terms of wanting amenities, that being an expectation. Would this be more sort of engagement with the development community to make sure that there's sort of workable solutions there, or what's the engagement that you're referring to?
I mean, I think the engagement with the development community is sort of a given when we're talking about development, but we need to also look at how does this impact other Edmontonians, and how do we better understand what their needs are, and as well as connect internally to make sure that we understand how service is being provided. So, you know, the growth management team is a very small group of folks, but there are a lot of areas that are impactful across our organization, and we need to make sure everyone is pulling in the same direction.
Yeah, and I wonder, it seems like some of that work may be happening through like the recreation master plan, those types of expectations, but I'm out of time. Thank you.
Sure. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. My questions are pretty basic. What amenities are we talking about here? Are we talking about dog parks, pools, rec centers?
Councillor Wright, we're talking about public park improvements, improvements to community league facilities, public art, streetscape improvements. There's a list in the policy.
Oh, okay. And then, so, and the levies in that just cover the capital costs, not the operational costs going forward, or?
That's correct.
That's right, okay. And then I just, whoops. In one of the reports here, it talks about the CRL, that it's current, or at time of creation, the percentage was at 3.4%. What is it right now then? Like, does it move down?
Currently, our CRLs cover 3.4% of the city's assessment base at the time of creation.
Oh, at time of creation of the report, not when the...
I believe that's at time of creation of the CRL.
Okay, but doesn't that then reduce as it
I would need to
paid?
follow up
Okay.
with more details on that
Okay.
if you'd like to
I
get
was just-
into the details about the CRLs. We're not able to establish more CRLs at this point.
Okay, then that's what I was wondering, if it has come down, if we could. Okay, all right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador on the second round.
Thank you. Just want to pick up where Councillor Stevenson left off, just around, I guess, the degree and type of engagement that we'd be doing for this. I guess from my perspective, it seems like that overarching vision, as set out by city plan, is pretty clear around that equitable access to amenities, and that there's parallel bodies of work going on that would cover that. So I definitely see the need for more of that technical engagement with industry to make sure that anything that's being put forward is feasible. But yeah, looking for clarity as to why we need to sort of double back, or seemingly double back on some of that engagement. What would we be looking to get out of that piece that we don't already have?
So some of the discussion that the growth management team specifically has been having is just about better understanding what it is Edmontonians want to see. And so if we're talking about redevelopment, what are the types of things that we need to build off the district plans with? So again, this is an approach that is, it's been thought out as a process where each of the components of implementing the city plan build off of each other. And so some of it hasn't been fully thought out yet, to be clear, but we know that we want to make sure that we're connecting with Edmontonians, and when we're talking about equity and when we're talking about 15-minute communities, that the growth management approach considers what's most important to Edmontonians for each of those.
Okay, and maybe, I guess I would appreciate additional clarity, because when I think about district planning, I guess I think about like that being an amazing opportunity for engagement. It's even the way that it's oriented, it's very spatial. People can contemplate, within this particular geographic area, want to be able to have, good access to green space, good access to public amenities, commercial opportunities. But when I think about growth management, I think about that as more of almost more of like the tools to help implement district planning, and more of the hard infrastructure, and what capacity do we need in order to achieve that vision. Yeah, I guess that's where I'm at. Am I incorrect in that?
No, that's a really good assessment of that, Councillor Salvador. And I'd also say growth management framework starts to tackle the question, a really important question of who pays for what. And through the substantial completion policy starts to give council information on where we're at in terms of implementation of each of those neighborhoods.
Okay, well, I'll leave it there, because I do see Councillor Stevenson back on the board. She might pick that up, but yeah, I'll just I'll think about that one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, but very, very much interchangeable today. But yeah, wanted to follow up on those comments, because I agree. I think that's how I thought about it as well. The district planning process sort of identifies what's needed at the district level, what the priorities are, and then growth management figures out how to pay for those things. It was kind of the very rough way of looking at that. So again, I think I have concerns just recognizing, there's been so much wonderful work done around infill, absolutely. But there are these lingering issues that remain really critical, that are really slowing things down. And so again, I just worry. I think the vision is there. I think the district planning process helps us figure out what's needed. But that growth management, all that really technical work, I think that's what I would be looking for as the priorities moving forward.
And if there's a question there, if I may, it absolutely is a priority in terms of the technical aspects of growth management framework. I know the team is actively working right now with EPCOR in terms of identifying what some of those infrastructure gaps are, and then who would pay for those infrastructure gaps in infill. And the service package that's advancing does have additional asks in that for us to be able to get the right technical data to be able to inform that growth management framework.
Okay, so yeah, so then maybe just going back to the service package and the timing. So the service package coming forward, what assumptions does it make around resourcing sort of the infill growth management work?
So I would say that rather than specifically focusing on infill, we're looking at the different components of work. So things like, the items we talked about in June, such as bringing incentives forward, the substantial completion policy, and then the next steps in our work plan, some of which we've outlined today. Those are what's contemplated there. And it does include how we work to sort of springboard off of what the district plans will give us to accelerate how we approach growth management and how we implement that.
So the resources being asked for will be able to cover this scope of work that we're talking about today? Okay, and then just in terms of timeline on that as well, sorry, I heard 2023 being the start of conversations. What is that realistic in terms of when that more focused infill conversation will start?
So again, that conversation is underway. We have been having conversations since December of last year. We do understand the issues quite well, and it's a matter of making sure that we have all the pieces in place so that we're moving it forward in a coordinated way. And frankly, just having the budget in place is a key component of understanding how that work advances.
Okay, well that's really great to know and helps me identify one of my priorities for the upcoming budget cycles. So thanks very much for that.
All right, thank you. No further questions on the board. We have a motion to receive for information. Any questions, comments? Councillor Paquette, do you wish to close on this item?
The only closing I would give is to say that I think that this is important work. I'm glad the question got raised. And I'm glad that we've got the team we have on this, because I think we in Edmonton are quickly sort of becoming the envy of a lot of municipalities with the very deliberate and well thought out progress that we're making in this area. And I think when all of the dust settles on the work that's going on now, it's going to be absolutely phenomenal. And a lot of cities are going to be taking their notes about how Edmonton does it. So well done. Let's keep going.
Thank you. All right, please vote.
We have 5 votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. Excellent. Item 7.3, Growth Management Framework Development Costs and Revenues.
Okay, good morning again. We are here today to outline the role of growth management when considering development costs and revenues. And we have some of the same team members here as well, but I think online also we have Murray Johnson from IAS and Travis Pollock from Planning Coordination. Next slide. So we are here today to outline approaches that will detail the operational and capital expenses and revenue associated with different development types, as well as determining reporting mechanisms, including risks and benefits of each. Administration is continually working to understand the financial impact of land use decisions. The city's financial viability is impacted by how the city grows. Through promoting efficient and compact city building, we will incrementally enhance its long-term fiscal efficiency. Growth management provides the opportunity to address many of these concerns and questions and respond to ongoing opportunities and challenges. Next slide. City building is a joint effort. Both the public and private sectors have roles in initiating and advancing growth opportunities. These roles are complementary and require intentional collective action to meet broad city building outcomes and realize the full potential of growth. To provide Edmontonians with a high quality of life, informed decision-making based on financial analysis allows for long-range, deliberate city building to occur. A growth management approach requires supporting and activating growth to enable the best returns on public investment so that Edmonton attracts and retains residents and non-residential investment. Through the growth management framework, administration will understand and manage the cost of growth and the associated revenue generated. This includes advancing tools and actions that achieve growth management goals throughout the development pattern areas and reflect learnings from the development industry and EPCOR. Growth management has been used to inform the proposed 2023 to 26 budget, and beginning in 2023 will contribute to Edmonton's transformation by increasing housing choice and gradually shifting more growth to the redeveloping area. Initial actions include offering dedicated incentives, making targeted infrastructure investments in priority areas, and measuring progress towards substantial completion of the developing area. Next slide. Analysis on fiscal impact can project the cash flow to the public sector from residential and non-residential development. It can inform planning and budgeting and support policy decisions. For example, fiscal impact analysis can project the benefits of denser development in priority areas. The relative financial assessment done as part of city plan is a type of fiscal impact analysis which outlines the short and long-term financial effects of land use policy, practices, and new development. Through this analysis, administration has established that a more compact urban form will reduce requirements for new roads, fire stations, recreation facilities, and libraries. Some efficiencies are offset by higher costs for transit service and public realm improvements. Overall, it results in an improved net financial position for the city. This represents approximately 8% cost savings in service and infrastructure delivery over the life of the city plan. Assessment of costs and revenues associated with development in Edmonton has focused on large developing areas and long-term plans. The city used Integrated Infrastructure Management Plans, or IIMPs, which compiled the anticipated initial and ongoing costs and revenues associated with the development of structure plans for the urban growth areas. Analyses provided a composite understanding of the fiscal impacts of development of new neighborhoods. Completing an analysis of the relative fiscal impact of different development types is possible, but will only provide a rough estimate based on generalized costs and revenues across the city. Next slide. Growth management requires an understanding of costs and revenues to monitor and measure progress on the city plan. Risks of reporting on this include misattributing outcomes to city actions that may have been the result of other forces. This can be mitigated by using a variety of tools and approaches. Benefits include showing results relative to city plan targets and measures, making adjustments, and understanding costs and revenues in the developing and redeveloping areas. Administration has much more confidence in the reporting at the citywide or district scale. Zooming in too far dramatically increases the complexity and reduces our confidence in the analysis. Next slide. Targeted industry engagement occurred with representatives of the development industry in Edmonton. There was support for reporting on industry's financial contributions to growth and ensuring that it occurs at the appropriate scale at the statutory plan level. There is also interest in tools that enable financial information to be provided for growth-related decisions. Industry recommends also that incentivizing and attracting non-residential development is needed to support additional residential development. Development costs and revenues came up during the original city plan engagement, though it was not a major area of focus. Edmontonian input included interest in the city cost-effectively providing a range of services. Next slide. Administration continues to develop the growth management components of work, including incentives, substantial completion of the developing area, infrastructure investment, and the redevelopment market index. An unfunded service package for growth management is being advanced for the budget deliberations in December. The more resources allocated, the greater administration's ability to achieve the city plan targets. That concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador, you selected this. Please go ahead.
Oh, sure. Yeah, so a few questions. I'll just start with city plan infill targets. I know in the report I mentioned, we're on track in the redeveloping area to meet some of those targets, and I think this might have been brought up in previous meetings, but I just want to get clarity. Do we have an idea of where that growth is occurring? What that unit mix looks like? Will that be something that can be included in the reporting framework eventually? Because I just think about a scenario where, one high density building might be accounting for a lot of that growth.
Yes, Councillor Salvador. So we do have a tool developed that does show exactly where infill is happening and what types of units. So that I don't know if that information is public yet. I know there was some prototyping going on with our GIS group, so it's available and certainly something that we would want to share publicly when it's completed.
As soon as it's ready, Councillor Salvador, we can share it via a memo.
Oh, that's amazing. That's really exciting. Well, I look forward to seeing that. Um, Also, I wanted to, yeah, dig into the analysis for Decatur a little bit. And I'll, yeah, just be honest that that analysis was worrisome for me. Just recognizing that, you know, it's a brand new neighborhood that isn't necessarily going to pay for itself in that long term period, and that we're pardon me, relying on commercial and industrial development to sort of balance out those residential neighborhoods, or maybe even subsidize those residential neighborhoods that are not paying for themselves. And um, I guess I'm looking for some comment on that, because it just seems a little precarious, I guess, if we are entering into a cycle where, you know, our new neighborhoods are subsidized by commercial development, industrial development. We risk a situation where if we don't experience significant commercial development, then we'd have to raise taxes, which would impact commercial development. So yeah, that just seems like a concerning cycle to be caught up in if things don't go necessarily as planned. And some of those forces might be outside of our control, just general economic forces.
Yes, and you're exactly right, Councillor Salvador. Some of those forces are market economic forces that are outside of a municipality's control. I think what you're pointing to is why we're so comfortable and confident in citywide analysis. And so the work that was done for the city plan is a really good indication of why it can be difficult to look at a neighborhood in isolation, because there are areas of the city that provide more assessment and therefore revenue to the municipality than other areas, and that's just the nature of how any municipality would look if you look at it closely. And that is why we're looking at those city-wide tools, so that we can understand better the holistic picture of the city's fiscal health versus a site level or a subdivision or small neighborhood.
Right. Okay. And I guess the other question about that analysis, I just think about some of the secondary or spin-off costs associated with new development. Even like the capital and operating costs and some of the life cycle costs associated with like upgrading new commercial areas and new industrial areas that are going to be necessary, and but also a result of that outward expansion. Is that also captured in the analysis? I guess where are those knock-on effects of greenfield growth captured?
So the relative financial assessment that was done for the city plan did look at sort of our business as usual, as well as what the city plan concept would cost in the long term. So again, this is to 2 million, and it absolutely found savings by taking a growth management approach, by investing in transit, by investing in nodes and corridors. And you know, all of these things are very long term, so you know, it's I know it's tough to not want to jump to getting there, but it does take all of the work that we have outlined in city plan implementation to get to that point. But there will be, you know, health benefits. There will be reduced greenhouse gas emissions. There will be greater equity across the city, and those are all goals that we've heard that council is really interested in.
Great. Well, I appreciate that, and I'll come back for a second round. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I should have asked prior, but when I was reading the reports, I kind of felt that 7.2 and 7.3 kind of could have been cross-referenced, because we're often discussing things from the reports, so I'm going to kind of do that here right now, sorry. Along Councillor Salvador's questioning, she had asked why it was coming forward as an unfunded service package, and that was the questioning I was going towards, but also just wondering why with 7.2 it was with council direction it would come forward, and then for 7.3 it's just coming forward as an unfunded service package.
I don't think we need council direction on either of those. There might be a typo there, or there might be a mistake, not a typo, mistake in the report. So administration is advancing service packages for the growth management framework for city plan implementation that are in relation to both of those reports. I think in 7.2, if you wanted to direct us off the path that we're on, we would need an additional service package or additional resources to be able to do any other option in that report.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. That was my only question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Mayor Sohi.
Yeah. I really appreciate the comment about looking at the city as a whole instead of neighborhood to neighborhood analysis because every neighborhood is unique and every neighborhood has, unique needs and a unique potential for increasing revenue. I think I have a good understanding on where we're going with infill and the barriers to that. I got a good understanding how we're growing in suburban communities and the density targets and the mixed use development. I don't have a good understanding on our industrial and non-residential strategy, right? Because that's where the growth revenue would come from or has to come from, because property taxes on the residential never pays fully for the cost of residential.
That's a fair assessment, Mr. Mayor, because we have not updated our industrial investment strategy since 2014. Since 2014, we have been focused on fast permits to be able to attract businesses here to get their permits in under 40 days. We have been focused on working with Edmonton Global really quick to attract businesses here, but it is part of our work plan in 2023 in our Economic Investment Services branch to look at that industrial investment strategy so that we can protect that industrial tax base into the long run.
Is it late 2023 or the early 2023? Because I just want to understand part of that is the requirement part of the four-year budget process, right? If support is needed and we approve the budget first, then you come back later on with the report. So
there's not support needed for the development of the strategy itself. We can fit that within our current resources. But where support might be needed will be in the implementation of that strategy, and that would be dealt with through supplementary budget adjustments.
Okay. And any infrastructure needs or any needs, then that can be dealt through that. Okay.
Yes, and just to make sure we are tackling that as part of the capital budget as well. We're making sure that we're taking a look at the capital budget and putting a lens on it in terms of industrial development. Where do we need to unlock lands through some of the city investment? So we're doing things at the same time as we know that this other body of work needs to happen.
Okay. And you made a comment that for any additional CRLs are not allowed. Is that for residential or non-residential as well? Or is overall, it's tied to the assessment?
I believe it's overall, and I can follow up with a memo to council on that. We just recently received some additional information from the province on CRLs.
Okay. And my last question is related to, as we move toward more environmental sustainability, better standards, building codes, are there opportunities, and we heard this from UDI about, there are maybe requirements in the that they're meeting now that are maybe not necessary, or maybe there are too many requirements, or the amount of land that we require them to set aside. Is there any opportunity to have a conversation with industry where we can maybe not reduce the standards, maybe streamline the existing standards to save some of the cost that could still, then they can have higher standards on the environmental sustainability? Because there'll be additional cost as we push toward more sustainable buildings.
Mr. Mayor, that's a piece of work that we're embarking on now in terms of looking at our design and construction standards, looking to better align with city plan and our climate goals, that what adjustments might need to be made to our infrastructure standards. So we are looking at that with the development industry.
Yeah, because we, I heard from some of the developers that we are asking them to build certain infrastructure well in advance, and then that infrastructure gets damaged during construction, then they have to replace it again. Right, so it's an added cost to that. So if there's a way to reduce that cost, then we can have a very strong case with them. Say, look, we need better standards on building codes and sustainability, which is at the same time we can reduce some of your cost on the other end and still maintain affordability.
Yeah, and we're very mindful about the staging and phasing of infrastructure and developing communities to build what's needed to serve the community. And that's, you know, roads, crosswalks, park sites, etc. So through the development of a community, construction is ongoing, and there's the roles and responsibility between the development community and when it becomes a city asset.
Yeah.
And sometimes there's some issues through that.
Okay. And that work is, you're having those conversations?
We are about to embark on those conversations with industry on design and construction standards.
Right.
Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so I have no doubt that the minutiae of everything can be up for debate between city and development, but I'm wondering. Okay, so let me change gears. By the way, that Dakota report was phenomenal. I was as I was reading this, the one word that kept coming back to me is density, because we've got all of these advantages in the city of Edmonton. We've got post-secondary, we've got a young educated population, we've got a lot of benefits. It's density that I think is the key, isn't it? And so I'm just wondering, is there like a sweet spot here as we move forward between density and maybe a more rapid deployment of the city plan?
I don't know that we know if there's a sweet spot, Councillor Paquette. That's an interesting way of thinking about it, and potentially there's some way we could do some analysis, although I can't confirm that right now. What we do know is that our density as a city, particularly since the region put density targets in place, has been increasing, and that's in particular in our new neighborhoods. So I think you're right, density is key to a vital large city, which is what Edmonton is. And we need to think about that a little bit more, so I appreciate you raising that point.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just that the tax base and what we want to accomplish really relies on that as far as the area of our city. I think let's say I want some buttery toast, and I have so much toast and so much butter. The bigger that slice of toast becomes, the less buttery toast I'm going to get, and that's really what residents want. So we've got a little bit of a conundrum here as far as the affordability of everything, and of attracting industry and attracting commercial and attracting investment. And that has to do with how many people are going to access that business or be able to provide employment to that industry. That's really what it comes down to, isn't it?
I would agree, Councillor Paquette, at the highest level, but I don't think we have a conundrum in that we've got a city plan that lays out a path in 4 increments for us to get to 2 million, and that part of that is density, but it's also looking at amenities, it's looking at how we attract people to Edmonton, so there's a lot of other elements to that as well.
Yeah, and it's a virtuous feedback loop, isn't it? The more density we have, the more amenities we have, the more we can attract people. I mean, I'm just trying to break it down to the simplest way I can.
I just want to caution that it's not just density. It needs to be density with amenities and density with transit service. And that's why, you know, when we looked at the financial analysis in the city plan, infill does also cost money for the city in terms of we've got to provide higher quality public transit in those areas when we have density, as an example.
All right. So in the future, when I say density, let's add on that I also mean with density comes all the good things that buying power can provide to the community, which is the amenities and the transit and all of those sorts of things. To not provide them if we had the means would be pretty silly. No, this is a great report. Again, in development, I really appreciate it. So, Madam Chair, I'm happy to make a motion that we receive this for information.
All right, we have a motion to receive for information on the floor. However, that does not preclude further questions, which there are. I'll go next to Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Chair. Once again, picking up from Councillor Salvador's question. First, I'll say, so excited for the work that's underway with substantial completion. That's a huge body of work, and just is a great opportunity that will help us build more efficiently and logically. So really want to commend the team for the work on that. I was also surprised by the narrative that we don't have expectations that our new areas are paying for themselves, that growth isn't paying for itself. And I do take a bit of exception to say that residential areas never break even, because there are many neighborhoods within my ward that do break even in terms of the sort of tax yield per acre. So I just wanted to go into that a little bit further. So again, sort of appreciating the points that there's offsetting and balance with commercial and industrial areas. But if growth isn't paying for itself in our new neighborhoods, then we are going to continue to see escalating taxes. I don't see...
I don't think it's that direct of a equation there, that because we do see industrial development, and when we did the IIMPs, if you looked at an IIMP with a lot of non-resident in it, it would pay for itself. So that's why our recommendation going forward is to focus on the city as a whole, and what is the city that we're trying to create, and then how do we pay for that city, which is part of that growth management framework.
Yeah, and I think just to Councillor Salvador's earlier point, though, I think there just becomes risks if we don't see the industrial development that we anticipate, or the commercial development that we anticipate, if we've already built these residential neighborhoods that are dependent on those areas to be financially solvent as a city.
And I think that's the role of your administration when we're in that situation, to bring that risk forward to council if that indeed is the case. But we're not at a point yet where we've got to go through the work, the growth management framework, to be able to give you that information.
Yeah, and I think it is just as that work moves forward. I mean, I think at least if we don't have the expectation that growth is paying for itself, that we understand what a break-even point is. So is a neighborhood hitting that break-even point or not? And again, we may still choose to approve neighborhoods that aren't breaking even due to other mitigating factors, but like I find that hard for decision-making without knowing that.
Yeah, it's really the substantial completion policy that'll give you that information, Councillor, and we're not at a point at which we can give you that information yet because we're doing the work. What we can give you is that there's the financial analysis that was done as part of City Plan that shows that if we continue on that path, which we are on that path right now, that our city will be more financially sustainable in the long run.
Well, sorry, in substantial completion, I didn't think that had to do with taxation. That just had to do with lots developed.
Yeah, I think it'll create a set of metrics that'll show when the developing area is considered substantial complete. So that will probably include things like low, medium, and high density residential, but also things like amenities and non-residential development as well. So sort of a suite of things.
But that still wouldn't necessarily speak to the tax revenue, right? That, like, for Dakota, for example, Dakota is explicitly saying it will not be cost neutral when it's built out, right? Not
revenue, but what it will speak to is the amenities that need to be tax levy paid for, and the amenities that are paid for by a developer.
Okay, maybe just switching gears really quickly, just for a clarification as well. So I noticed in the report it talked about services and capital costs, and but I just wanted to make sure that services includes operations, so snow clearing, turf cutting, or is it strictly services like EPL, fire rescue?
Yeah, I can't speak to that. I'm not sure if that included the operations and maintenance, or if we were referring specifically to the capital investment side.
Yeah, because it seemed through the attachments that it was a bit more focused on capital, and again, that just raises a lot of concern for me, knowing that we've been talking about turf maintenance in recent days. Snow clearing is obviously a ongoing hot topic, and my question comes because the 8% cost savings in building towards city plan actually seemed very, very low to me. So So again, I think if we're not including those operational costs, the turf maintenance, the snow clearing, I think we're missing a big piece of that picture.
So the 8% does include capital and operating in the analysis that was done. I just have it open in front of me. The growth scenarios, the relative financial analysis did include capital and operating costs.
Perfect. Okay, excellent. That's great to hear. And then have we done any sort of scenario, I think to count, oh, sorry, I'm out of time. Sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, thank you very much. And thank you to administration for this report. I found it very interesting. Yes, it was for my original motion that I made. I think the intent of the motion is still a little bit lost, similar to a feedback from a few other motions earlier yesterday in the Community and Public Services meeting. Because it said to make it explicit. And I don't know if this report necessarily makes explicit those costs, but a few things I want to dig into are, what I read and understood, and I want to confirm that this is correct, is, while we're not talking neighborhood to neighborhood, there is a part in the report that explicitly says that that the report notes that costs beyond revenue so for new developments, the cost beyond revenue my gosh, sorry. I've got my daughter here in the background, I apologize. So the report states that for new developments, so greenfield development, that there are costs beyond revenue generation over the long term. So what I'm hearing from that is that it doesn't actually matter neighborhood to neighborhood. The report is actually stating that generally our greenfield developments are not making revenue to be cost neutral. Is my understanding correct?
I would say, generally speaking, that is what some of the IIMPs did show, and there was a lot of discussion about that in terms of our infrastructure standards, in terms of how that analysis was done, and so I'm not confident drawing a straight line to that conclusion. What I'm confident saying is if we stay on the path of city plan, that we will have a more financially sustainable city. The other thing that I'm confident saying is that our suburbs are very dense and they have a lot of amenities in them, and they do attract a number of families from both within Edmonton and outside of Edmonton to live in Edmonton. That is part of our Why Edmonton. So I do pause that when I look at the city plan and what Edmontonians, the vision that they gave to us, it was a vision that included greenfield development as well as infill development, as well as industrial development.
I don't think that the debate is whether or not to do greenfield. I think that it's a question of staging and phasing between now and 2 million people. And I think that's the tension that I feel like. So for example, even in the presentation that just happened, there was mention about targeted investments for growth areas, but the 10-year capital outlook report that we got in June said we have no money for growth. So we have a gap already. So if we continue to build out as we are, how are we creating that financial sustainability between now and 2 million?
That is through the whole body of work that we have underway through growth management framework, through the work that we're doing through the budget process, the prioritization of the work using a carbon accounting, as well as using city plan as part of that prioritization.
Okay, I want to shift gears too. I have another question about the design standards in new builds as well, because what I've noticed, and I'll give the example of Grease Spa, is that there's some pretty fancy design elements that get incorporated into the community. And then when they're turned over to the city, they become the city's responsibility to maintain, and then obviously aren't being maintained because the cost of maintenance of those is above probably what the standard is. So I'm going to give the example of, doing paving stones where then weeds are now growing between the paving stones as opposed to cement structures. Have we given any thought to the actual design of the new builds in terms of cost of operation?
Councillor Rutherford, in the design and construction standards, there's options to implement the complete streets approach, but in terms of your question of if you were to go above the base level standard, how is that accounted for in operations? We'd need to follow up on that. I'm not certain.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I think that that is something that maybe then needs to be furthered to this conversation instead of accepting for information. I have another round of questions, so I'll come back. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. So I did want to sort of draw on Mayor Sohi's questions in regards to the strategy and that to encourage the more commercial and light industrial development. What actions are we taking as a city?
So right now we've got our client liaison unit, which works with developers to make sure that we can guarantee their permits within 45 days. And that's really a speed to market. The other thing is that we have a policy that allows a developer to be able to access their tax uplift using, because the first developer in for industrial development has to pay all of the over expenditure, and so it allows them to unlock land more quickly. We also, through our capital budget process, are putting that lens, an economic development lens, on the capital projects and asking the question of what capital projects will help unlock industrial land. And I would say the last one that top of mind for me right now is that we work with Edmonton Global to be able to attract businesses here.
So that'll give us the ability to attract like Amazon warehouses and...
I wouldn't want to pick specifically in terms of, but you know,
similar warehouse.
Similar warehouse. Polycar is an example of a company that just landed here. We got their permits within 17 days. They're a plastics company. They were based in Montreal before, and now they're based in Edmonton and looking to expand within Edmonton. So we've got some success stories. If you'd like, I can put together all of the things that we currently have underway, and when we intend to update that strategy, I can give that to council in a memo.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you. Because I mean, it is an ideal location, I think, with it, you know, surrounded by the Henday and that to be industrial. But so then on the residential side, I'm going to bring up the previous policy that we used to have apparently for transit, and having the developers pay into that or to start it off. And I'm just wondering why that policy was abandoned. Can we consider bringing it in? If you build it, they will come, right?
Ms. Houghton McDonald's here to help with those questions.
Yes, thank you. We had shared some of the background information in a memo as well. But overall, what we found is developers would fund transit service for the 2-year period, but we wouldn't necessarily meet the service standards to maintain the service. And those communities ended up being prioritized over other areas that met the standards and needed service. So with kind of a fixed pie of resources to allocate to transit, it ended up becoming very difficult to maintain those services. Our on-demand solution, I think, is something that we're discussing to see if that might provide some opportunities, but happy to also reshare some of that background information if needed as well.
So those standards that you're speaking of then is ridership?
Exactly,
yeah.
That was the main one, was definitely on the ridership levels for sure.
Okay, thank you very much. Oh, and then I'm also wondering, in the report it talks about the active and abandoned oil and gas wells, and I'm just wondering what challenges that would present to development either on a residential or an industrial side.
I can maybe just provide some context through the neighborhood structure plan. We have to consider the wells and whether they're accommodated in a road right-of-way or how they're placed in proximity to other uses. So we're just very mindful about what the policy requirements are for that.
And so if they are abandoned, would there be reclamation, then that would be the responsibility of the developer, or would it be the city?
The developer.
Okay, I think that's all I had. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm just going to pop on here to clarify sort of our trajectory with this report. So forgive me if I'm sort of retracing some steps here. This is a preliminary discussion in advance of a forthcoming unfunded service package and a prioritization conversation, it sounds like. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So some of the, I think, really salient points that my colleagues have raised are somewhat, and they're not ancillary, but subsequent to that really juicy conversation that needs to happen around prioritization.
That's correct. There's many bodies of work underway right now that will inform the questions that are being asked here today.
Yeah. And one of the things that I'm reflecting on as it relates to risk, when we start to, and this maybe relates a little bit to the last conversation, but not too much, a little bit to the, which is, if we break down the conversation around who pays what and what pays for what too much, we end up, there's a risk here. It's good information for us to have, but the risk is that you have one neighborhood that's saying, well, we're paying more into this city, and there's an expectation that that you should get more for what you pay, which we already see in some neighborhoods, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, and you cannot govern a city based on a fee, like you cannot govern city services always based on fee for service.
I would suggest that's not the type of city we're trying to create as outlined in the city plan.
Yeah, and but it is nonetheless where a lot of people go. My area of town pays for more and thus should get more, but it doesn't speak to, I think, our collective values of equity.
No, it doesn't.
All right. Okay. And that's something that I flagged, I mean, who doesn't want to see what revenues each neighborhood generates, but that's something that I flagged in my mind as a risk here. And something we should be cautious about pulling out in too much detail at the risk of undermining, I think, our own collective goals and values. With that, I just wanted to clarify, this is not the end of a conversation, but the beginning of a very, very thorough, long conversation that probably the next urban planning committee will have the benefit of.
That's correct.
All right. Okay. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you. Second round, Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to discuss density a little bit as well. I forgot to mention that earlier. I understand and I agree with, the nodes and corridors, increasing densification, that makes sense. Core, again, makes sense. I'm concerned more about suburban. So I'm proud to represent Testawinawak, but my concern is that Testawinawak is more than 2 times smaller than some other suburban communities, and we're supposed to have approximately the same population. I realize some of the other communities are not fully developed yet, but I just want to make sure that we're creating a balanced city and that we're not creating certain communities, certain types of communities. I want to make sure that the densification is spread throughout the city, and I want to see some direction if it's going in that direction where we're seeing a little bit more density spread out.
Councillor Principe, I think there's a lot in that question. I'll start and the team can maybe answer, definitely follow up on that, but the city plan lays out how we want the city to be developed overall, and there's no intensification in nodes and corridors. And then the regional, the EMRB, Edmonton Metropolitan Region Board, has growth targets for our densities within our developing neighborhoods. And so we do have a path, and we have a plan to provide that information to council through the work that we're doing through the growth management framework. But sure, there's.
Yeah, I'll just add to that. I think activation of the individual nodes and corridors, that's a key piece of this. So we need to look at when is the right time to create investment and to activate those places. And they are spread across the city, but they won't all happen and be catalyzed at the same time. So there is a process where we're looking at what is the market for activation so that we can align our own investment with that, and that's something that we're working on right now.
And I think that's a little bit of my concern, is that it's often market driven. So this is how you're creating certain communities, right? You're going to be creating communities that, let's say, like a higher income community and much lower income communities, as opposed to having mixed income communities like, from what I understand, the city plan wants to see. But if it's market driven, we might not be seeing that.
You're right. I think there's a couple components here. One is really frankly the zoning bylaw renewal is going to look at how we are creating more equity in our zoning for Edmontonians, as well as that investment piece that I just talked about. We also just don't think that it's necessarily wise, and there might be good reasons for it, to put a bunch of municipal funding into an area where there is no market interest. And so it's not about only looking at where there's a market, but also trying to understand where that is and how we can harness that energy that's already taking place. Equity, though, is completely within the purview of municipal government, and so that is something that we are also keeping in mind, and it's not lost at all.
Okay, and another concern of mine, the surplus school sites, I know I mention them often, but we are planning for doubling our population, which I anticipate we will need more school space. And I understand there's, at this time, surplus sites, but at some point in the future, will we possibly need them as school sites?
We're absolutely looking at that. I think what you are illustrating is a problem that we're concerned about as well, and we want to make sure that as we're intensifying mature areas of the city, that we aren't losing sight of the fact that we will need amenities, and schools are a very important part of a community, and those are something that we're focusing on going forward.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor, actually, Mayor Sohi.
Yeah, just a few additional questions. Do we have targets on how much revenue should come from non-residential compared to residential?
No, we don't, Mr. Mayor. We have targets on, actually we don't, we have targets within the city plan that set out overall what type of city that we're trying to create, and that's what really guides us towards that vision in the city plan.
So then how do we, like what metrics do we follow? Then how do we, what criteria do we have in place that says, okay, well, we have to have this much non-residential tax base?
We had the word target is strong. We had a goal of maintaining 30% of, I can't remember if it's tax revenue or land base for industrial. I'd have to follow up on that through 2014. I'm not sure if anybody has that number off the top of their head, but we do have targets within the city plan.
Of the total assessment of the, say, if you have.
So we've got 50% of new units through infill citywide. As an example, we have nodes and corridors support 50% of employment in Edmonton, that we want 70% of the employment, regional employment in Edmonton, and that we have job creation targets as well.
I think what I'm trying to understand, Stephanie, is that, like, I think we get what, 50% or 45% of our property tax revenue from non-residential?
That's correct.
And
Ish.
do we have, or in that range, right? Do we have a target? Maybe 50% needs to come from non-residential, right? Or do we have that kind of target in place?
I would say no, we don't have that kind of target, but that was the intent of the policy work that was done in 2014, was to maintain that.
Okay, maintain that 50-50?
Yes.
Okay, okay. But we are not, I think are we sliding down on that scale? Or I think it used to be 50-50.
I'm not sure if there's anybody from our tax team here today who could answer that question, but we can provide that in the memo of where we're at.
I'm just curious to understand that, because I think it's very important that we emphasize non-residential. I don't think in anywhere in the city, maybe with the exception of Oliver neighborhood, where residential pays for itself for amenities. Maybe I don't know if in any other neighborhood pays, if you just solely based on residential. I don't think any neighborhood will pay for all the amenities cost in anywhere.
Yeah, we don't have that information, Mr. Mayor, but I do think you're painting a correct picture overall, that and the reason why we're doing citywide analysis is because when you look at things at too small of a level, it's not going to give you accurate data.
Yeah. I think that's why it's so important that we emphasize non-residential for that overall sustainability for the city, and that should be happening pretty much everywhere in the city too as well. No, I just want to get a better understanding of that. Okay, good. Thank you so much. Oh, one last one. And this is on Councillor Rutherford's observation on if certain neighborhoods are being built to a higher standard, it's a attraction for developers to sell those in those neighborhoods, but then we have to maintain those after 2 years. And that could potentially create some inequity issues in certain neighborhoods where they're built to maybe a regular standard, than a neighborhood being built to a higher standard that requires higher maintenance on an ongoing basis.
It's a great observation, Mr. Mayor, and I think some neighborhoods or some developers are doing that to create character and identity for different communities.
That's fine, but...
Yeah, and I think as we look at how we continue to deliver maintenance on that, there are times where we may have an arrangement with a developer to do the maintenance, or through renewal, we may need to look at how the standard changes.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. I think, just following up, I think a lot of this comes from an aspiration of what our city can be in the future. And I know that we're not starting from zero, so not even suburban development. A lot of our established neighborhoods are very low density, right? Significantly lower density than our new neighborhoods. And so some of the existing industrial and commercial development that we have is sort of offsetting those areas as well. So I don't mean to pick on the new neighborhoods at all. I think it's really about, so maybe the question I'll ask is in the analysis that has been done sort of citywide for city plan, we talk about it's more financially sustainable as a city. But is that actually is that just slower growth in taxes, or are we getting to a point where there's surpluses? Where this comes from is that, I think that we always seem to be operating right now from a place of scarcity. We talk about how difficult these budget discussions coming up are. I see a lot of things around my community that I think, I'd love to do that, but there's just no way we would ever have the money. But again, can we build a city in a way that it is prosperous in that way, that we have that really solid base where we can make those additional investments into our community?
I would say that we are building a city right now that is quite prosperous. We've got some amazing rec centers. We've got some amazing parks within our city. And yes, there is a difficult budget conversation coming up with many trade-offs, but I'd also just reflect on what we have in front of us as Edmontonians, is that we have a very prosperous city as it is.
Oh yeah, not to say that it's not a prosperous city, but I guess what does the model show us it will look like in the future? Is it, where are we sort of at on that spectrum of financial sustainability? What does that mean? What does that look like?
the relative financial assessment for the city plan does show that there is the city plan land use concept is, as we've said, 8% more financially sustainable for us as a city. It does show that as we grow and as we densify, that we will still need to invest in our city, and that we will need to still have transit and increase transit service in areas where there's more density, but there'll also be a net increase in tax levy as a result of that.
Yeah, and I mean, I know everyone says death and tax are the inevitable things, but I think, again, there are ways of building a city where again, growth can pay for itself. We can yield more taxes per acre than we require to service those acres. So then maybe just as we're making some of those bigger decisions moving forward, so I think the initial intent of Councillor Rutherford's motion, if we have a new NSP or ASP, I guess at this point, or NSP, I think, came forward to us, would we be able to have that assessment about how that new neighborhood kind of balances itself out?
Yes, that would still be a requirement, is that there's some financial assessment associated with bringing forward a brand new plan.
Okay, well, that's great. I think that will be really helpful. And then in doing the modeling for city plan, did we do some sort of like sensitivity analysis or scenario where if we accelerate on this, we become more fiscally sustainable? Just any of that?
I would say no. We did a number of different layouts in terms of the central city focus, a node city focused, a corridor city focus. But the reason for that is because we weren't trying to create a city we want a city that's financially sustainable, that's environmentally sustainable, that's equitable, and that's prosperous. And so at the end of the day, it's not just about what the bottom line is. The bottom line is very important, but council makes decisions sometimes to invest in things that are outside of your jurisdiction because it's the type of city that we are collectively trying to create. So it's definitely not the driving force or the driving question that we asked in city plan. And part of the reason for that is that we are not trying to create a Vancouver or Toronto that have quite frankly become some of the most unaffordable cities in the world. Mm-hmm. We want a city with lots of choice here for Edmontonians.
Absolutely, and I think that's completely true, and why having greenfield development is part of a prosperous future, and it's sort of how we build that greenfield that I think speaks to the long-term financial sustainability as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I find this conversation really fascinating. I've been finding the questions from my colleagues also equally fascinating. I guess, to the chair's point then, my question to admin is, when is the next conversation? If this is a continuation of a conversation, when is the next planned conversation about this?
I think the next conversation is when we bring growth management back for an update, and so that will be sometime in the next year.
Okay, so how do we in the meantime make because for me, I guess what I'm hearing from this report is there's a few policy spaces that I think there are gaps. And so if they're incorporated in the growth framework, great, but I'm not actually sure that they are. So for example, I do think that we've hit on something with that, the design standards within new builds and then the operating costs. And I don't know where that fits. Will that be assessed? Is that part of the growth management framework review? Or where else would that work be being done, or is it not being contemplated?
Councillor Rutherford, on the design and construction standards, subsequent to a motion that committee made a couple of weeks ago related to infrastructure, it's our commitment to look at all of that, and I think a report is due back. The date is slipping my mind, but it's probably in the middle part of next year. And so I think that would be yet another opportunity to talk about as it relates to design and construction standards, and if there are sort of upgrades, how that impacts operating and maintenance costs.
Yeah, and just further to the operations and maintenance component, and I don't know if there's anybody on the line who can speak to that, but once we start to actually see the change in the growth pattern and make those choices and shift that pattern, we will start to see changes in what our cost structure looks like. But it would be difficult for us to, unless we want to change levels of service, which is outside of my area of expertise, it would be difficult for us to say that we can shift the costs at this point in time.
I think my point was, though, and using Griesbaugh in my ward as an example, is that we've now inherited beautiful infrastructure that is very, very labor intensive to maintain. And so it's not being maintained the way Canada Land's maintained it. And now I'm getting a bunch of complaints from residents because they've now come to expect a certain standard. So these are the churns that we're in, right? So it's like, yes, we have our standards, but our standards aren't the same as the developers, and the developers are developing in ways that look beautiful, but are more labor intensive to maintain. So that was that point. I won't belabor it anymore, but I do think it needs to be a part of some conversation at some point. So it's flagged for me now. And the other thing I wanted to ask specifically, I really like the attachment 1 in the report. And again, just looking at some of the real world examples I've experienced since stepping into this role, I see that sort of the park amenities is within the realm of the city. And I wanted to know why that is, because it does seem like, again, some developers develop parks, some don't. Yeah, and if you're selling into a neighborhood and there's a structure plan, I wanted to ask about where that came from, that we are responsible for the park amenities.
I think that's just a municipal service that most municipalities provide. There are definitely other ways to do parks provision, but that would incorporate additional fees or costs to developers. So that's not currently our policy.
Yeah. I just think, again, when we talk about building that city of being equitable, we have some new developments where parks are being built proactively by developers, and others where it's not. And I'll give the example of Albany, right? They were promised, they were bought into, there's going to be a park here. Now I know that that's on the budget docket for 2023, which may or may not happen. So it's something that, whereas other areas in the South have parks that were built by developers. So when we talk about equity, I think there's also something from a policy perspective to lean into there as well.
Councillor Rutherford, thanks for that feedback, but we will look, as we look at the whole growth management framework, we have to take a look at things like that. But what I would say is that those are some of the parks in the South that are being built by the developers that now the city doesn't have to pay for. And I understand how you could put an equity lens on that as well, in saying that perhaps there isn't as many parks that were built in the North, and now the city needs to build those.
Yeah, I'm out of time, but I think I'm just highlighting a few from this report, bigger policy governance tensions that I'm noting from this report. So while we accept this report for information, I think there is further, these are a few that I wanted to flag as needing some further, look at from that policy perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. And I think those are good flags. I see administration here in the room taking lots of notes. Any other questions on this? Councillor Paquette has moved receipt of information. Any comments? Do you wish to close, Councillor Paquette?
Oh, sure. Thanks. Yeah. So, all breakfast concerns aside, and by the way, someone should probably make a breakfast skin for SimCity. But, I think about that, on a serious note, the SimCity model of a city, where in a video game or on your PC, there are set variables that you play within and try to build the best city you can. But in real life, the variables are far too difficult to predict. And I think about that when we talk about the cost of growth, because I had the exact same questions in my first year as a counselor. And what I've come to is the realization that we have a phenomenal team at the city working on this, because there are so many things that go into this that I can't even touch on it. Some broad strokes just off the top of my head. What's the provincial investment in a city? That matters. Do you have enough provincial support to create a great Edmonton and therefore a great Alberta? Because it's where Edmonton is where a lot of people live. If you have great provincial investment, it makes a lot of these questions a lot simpler, especially when it comes to amenities. If you don't have provincial investment, it makes it a lot more difficult. And then you're talking about tax rates on a provincial or on a city level and property tax level, which gets a little bit difficult. Then you've got surrounding municipalities. What are they doing? What are the challenges or barriers to growth in those surrounding municipalities and jurisdictions? If there aren't a lot, then we're sort of, in a way, in a friendly competition there. And then there's global markets that dictate what kind of industry we get coming to Edmonton and investing in Edmonton. And then there's simple things like construction costs, where an essential element can go through the roof on the stock market, and suddenly you're paying incredibly high rates for something that you didn't before. It's labor costs and appetite for risk or return on investment for developers. I mean, there's so many things that go into this. It's actually astounding. And then if you want to throw in climate change concerns, it just gets very, very complex indeed. So when we look at a report like this and we say, okay, so what's the cost of growth? Well, the only possible answer is it depends. And so for our team to be getting a stronger handle on that month after month, it's pretty phenomenal. And so just want to end with saying I'm really grateful for all the work you do, administration. And I'm really grateful to my colleagues for asking these questions and keeping the issue alive. It really, really matters. And this stuff may get kind of esoteric for the general public, but this is where the sausage is made. So yeah, I really appreciate it. Thank you for your indulgence, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have 5 votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. On to 7.4, Edmonton's Curbside Management Strategy. We do have speakers, and we'll be able to hear from them before the lunch hour. I'll ask administration to come forward for a presentation. While everyone's getting settled, I'll make sure that is Kevin Peterson here? I don't see him in the room. And Stephen Wrights, you're online?
Yes, I'm online.
All right. Well, stand by until the presentation is complete. Thank you. All right, you can begin when you're ready.
Good morning, committee. Today we're presenting the Curbside Management Strategy, formerly known as the Public Parking Action Plan. This strategy redefines Edmonton's curb space. That's the space between the sidewalk and regular traffic. And the reason why we're redefining this is that we want to align the use of this important public space with the bold targets set out in City Plan. To achieve our long-term vision and targets, Edmonton will need to evolve and adjust how we approach emerging urban transportation demands and opportunities. The city will need to change the way we use our roadway network in order to optimize infrastructure investments. And by implementing the curbside management strategy, this will enable the city to make these changes, reprioritize, and balance the growing and competing curbside demands and how to move forward on the city vision. I'm here today with a number of members from the team. I'm going to pass it to Mark Stout, our senior engineer, to provide details on the report.
Thank you, Stephanie. A new approach is needed to ensure curbside space is being used as efficiently and effectively as possible. The curbside management strategy represents this new approach and lays out 7 necessary actions to enhance decision-making for the use of curb space and to enable more efficient and more equitable curbside use. This is how we'll redefine street curbsides as strategic public assets. I'll now outline the objectives of each of the individual actions and why they are necessary. Curbsides can serve many purposes, such as the storage of vehicles, as travel lanes for access to transit or ride-sharing services, for loading and unloading of goods, or to provide vibrant gathering spaces for people and for business. With so many potential uses for this space, Edmonton needs a framework to enable decision-making that prioritizes the most important uses for different contexts within the city. Action 1 consists of developing a framework that establishes priorities for context-based curbside use and supports decision-making where trade-offs are required. Next slide, please. A well-designed framework for parking pricing can achieve various goals. One example is to offset construction and operating costs, and another is that we can manage higher parking demand with pricing to ultimately increase the turnover and availability of parking spaces on every street block. To enable these goals, a new approach to the pricing of public parking in Edmonton is needed to facilitate both price increases and decreases in response to observed parking demand. This action will review and update policy documents which regulate the pricing of public parking and other fees associated with curbside use, such as temporary permits, vending permits, or car share parking agreements. Next slide, please. The residential parking program exists to manage the availability of parking in residential areas experiencing urban growth and increased parking demand. The increased growth targets within the city plan, coupled with growing demands for curbside space, mean that Edmonton needs a modernized program that balances the available curb supply and the parking demand. It will accommodate more diverse development types and ensure equitable eligibility for all Edmontonians, no matter your type of home. Action 3 will update the residential parking program and ensure it is aligned with city building objectives identified in the city plan. Next slide, please. Technology plays a central role in collecting parking-related information and managing the use of parking. As the use of curbsides continues to evolve, curbside space demand data needs to be collected, organized, and communicated to facilitate efficient management and better user experiences. Action 4 will study how technological advances can improve data collection and enhance decision-making, ultimately making parking spaces easier to find. Next slide, please. The pricing of public parking can often be a challenging issue. Many people prefer free parking, even though modest prices can make parking much easier to find and create a better balanced parking and mobility system. Parking benefit districts can help build support for the use of parking pricing by dedicating portions of collected parking fee revenue towards predefined and enhanced amenities and infrastructure within a designated area. This action will explore how parking benefit districts could be implemented in Edmonton and will assess the potential impacts. Next slide, please. As curbside functions evolve, accessible parking must and will remain a city priority. Action 6 will explore policy and design practices which enhance the accessibility of curbside and off-street public parking for all Edmontonians. Next slide. The city plan identifies a need to shift away from private vehicle usage as a primary means of transportation to more choices and more sustainable modes of mobility. Action 7 will explore ways to support end-to-end amenities for active transportation and other transportation demand management measures with the objective of reducing public parking demand. Next slide, please. And finally, administration will work to implement the strategy with execution of the actions beginning now and the expected completion of all actions in the next 5 to 7 years. Actions 1, 2, and 3 are being prioritized as a result of logical sequencing and current service needs. The other actions may proceed simultaneously depending on resource availability. An update on the implementation activities will be provided to Council and is tentatively planned for Q4 in 2023. Thank you so much. We would be pleased to answer any questions you may have now.
Thank you. But before we get to questions, we have two speakers. Kevin Peterson, I see you're online.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes, and Stephen Raids, you've already checked in. I believe some of you are experienced at this, but since we haven't heard from speakers this morning, we'll hear speakers in panels. Each speaker has 5 minutes to present, and the clerk will run the official timer here in the River Valley room. But if you have a timer at home, and I think they have one that they'll display, you may wish to use that. When everyone has had a chance to present, members of committee may ask questions of you or other panel members, and for this reason, please remain in the meeting until all questions have been asked of your panel. If you're participating virtually, please remember to mute your microphone when you are not speaking, and refrain from using the raise hand function. That seems to be all, since we have everyone online and everyone's tech is working great. Mr. Peterson, I'll go to you first.
Super, thanks very much. Are you able to put that into full screen mode for the presentation? Just easier if it's a little bit bigger.
It is full screen here in the.
Okay.
Yeah.
All good. That works then. Yeah. Thanks very much for your help. Oh, there you go. Yeah. So thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Kevin Peterson, and I am the founder of Zipstall. Next slide, please. So I'm an Edmontonian, born and raised. I'm currently raising my family in the city. I've spent 15 years in the commercial real estate space. The last 7 years, I've been involved in the ownership of parking in downtown as well. And this unique combination of working downtown and understanding the parking industry puts me in a unique position to understand the dynamics of what happens behind the scenes in parking. Next slide. With the onset of the pandemic, I founded Zipstall. And you can think of Zipstall essentially as the parking solution that everybody deserves, but hasn't had to date. Effectively, it'd be similar to an Expedia, where we take all of the options in the marketplace and put the power of that in the customer's hands. We give them the best search tool. We focus on the customer experience, market level data, and we also, unique to our industry, focus on the promotion of local businesses and promoting vibrancy, all with the goal of bringing our communities back together. Next slide. With respect to the report that's been presented, apparently we support all of the objectives. We think that these are the right pursuits. And as I highlight here on the slide, data is the key to the majority of them. And that is a huge factor, not only like tracking what's going on, but also better understanding that customer experience. Next slide. So I threw this in here, and I don't know how it's going to work over Zoom, but effectively I called the pop quiz, and I don't know if Mayor Sohi is online. I can't see everybody, but effectively the question that I'm trying to have somebody help me out with is, of all the parking stalls in downtown Edmonton, what percentage would you guess are owned and operated by the city of Edmonton? So I don't know if Mayor Sohi or anybody else wants to try and take this one.
He's not here, but also I don't know that we can do call and response during a presentation. So,
all good.
Yeah.
So, and again, I didn't fully understand the format, so apologize for that. If you go to the next slide, essentially it was a trick question. So I was trying to have a little bit of fun with it, but the answer is 18%. And we put this number here nice and big because I wanted to sort of burn it in your brains. Because to me, this was like a surprisingly small number of the actual portion of the market that the city owns, operates, and controls. And the message that comes from this is that city can't solve parking in isolation. So we hit the next slide, please. So effectively, the forces of supply and demand, the property tax impacts from private parking, the exploration of ecosystem level solutions, all these things have not been addressed in the parking. It's focused on that 18%. And particularly again, with data as the last point, like 18% of information is not enough to paint a clear picture or to deliver a better customer experience. And the private segment of the market is already partnered with the city in servicing the customers. It's just time, in my opinion, to acknowledge that and to look at that as an opportunity. So the next slide. So what is our ask? Essentially to work together. We'd love for the private parking element to be included in discussions. We have ideas, and we'd love for it to be a joint effort on how we can deliver a better parking experience to the ecosystem. Second thing is the open data policy that the city has afforded us access to historical information on parking utilization, but that information is actually available live. Like that live data feed exists, and we would love to have access to it so that we can put the power of that information of what's actually available in real time into the hands of our customers. And the third one is obviously there's a great fit between some of the initiatives that this collective could pursue that would align with the Capital City Pilots program, and we'd love your support in pursuit of some of those as well. So from a high level, we're asking you to think bigger than just the city zones, and we would love to make Edmonton a model to other cities for efficient parking utilization. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Rates, you have 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Stephen Rates, and I'm speaking today on behalf of Paths for People, which is a nonprofit organization with over 1,500 members across Edmonton, working to make our communities friendlier places to get around actively. We're here to speak on the strategy today, of course, noting that parking space is a really key component of our public roadway system. It's a resource that we really need to effectively and efficiently manage. But we also want to acknowledge that it's a space that a lot of community members sometimes misunderstand. I think we can all kind of conjure up visions of folks believing that they own the spot out front of their house, or at least they get first dibs on it. But we'd also like to say that we think that more and more Edmontonians are growing to understand that this is not actually the case. You know, people don't have a right to store private goods on public property, but we are permitted to park on the street subject to certain constraints and qualifications, just like this strategy emphasizes. Furthermore, although there are some misconceptions about who owns street parking, we emphasize that a lot of the work undertaken within this strategy really strongly aligns with many of Edmontonians' interests and aspirations for our community. First and foremost, I think what we hear consistently from our members and what we see a lot in the community when we're engaging with new folks is that Edmontonians would like more transportation options. We can certainly understand that most Edmontonians drive right now, especially adults. But more and more residents want freedom of choice when it comes to using different modes. And we'll also acknowledge that we're kind of combing through some preliminary results of our Where To Next initiative that kind of focuses on what youth want to see from the transportation system. And it's really interesting data that we're looking to more fulsomely share over the fall. But we're seeing that a lot of youth, people under 30 basically, they are taking more multimodal trips. They are using more than one mode most of the time, based on, you know, the people that we've heard from up to this point. But knowing that really, I think, reaffirms this idea that people would like choice so that they can choose different modes over the course of a journey and just over the course of a day. This strategy is really exciting because it flags many opportunities to enhance the experience of using transit, cycling, walking, and rolling using some of that space that we've over allocated to cars in many parts of the city. And more broadly, we think that Edmontonians really want to be good stewards of public resources, ensuring we effectively and efficiently manage this asset to support both community needs and objectives. Knowing that parking is underutilized across the city, and this is kind of based on reports that we were able to find from 2019, seeing that a lot of the time it's only like 50% of the 50% utilization, although sometimes we hit 100%. We have this space set aside that we're not really effectively using at this point in time. And so we want to ensure that there's better uses for that space. And so we're quite excited about many of the planks of the strategy and are especially interested in Action 1. And we really encourage the city to be bold in its approach to re-envisioning curb space. Many of the ideas listed under Action 1 are examples of great temporary or smaller scale reallocations of parking spaces. The strategy also speaks to some more systemic transformation of parking spaces. Like we've been saying, there is so much excess parking across Edmonton that we need to reallocate from car space to people space, and we should really be thinking big about what we can do. This is a space that we can be through renewal, planting some of those 2 million trees as per the city plan goals, and also working towards reducing and combating the detrimental effects of urban heat island. We could permanently be narrowing streets to calm traffic and make it safer for all users. So direction for permanently altering road right-of-ways to turn parking spaces into people spaces needs to be a really strong plank of this plan, and we believe that's kind of held within the line the administration's indication that universal design recommendations will be made for new infrastructure and renewal projects. This is a really important part that we want to stress, and I think we think it's really foundational to the work going forward. Although we could probably speak to every single action item in the plan, we'll close our comments here, and we will provide a written version of our comments with some additional context, and also are available to answer any questions you may have today. And so we thank you again for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Rates. I'll go now to questions, first of the speakers. I'll just wait for up, there we go. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much for those really excellent presentations, really fascinating. So I'll just start with Mr. Rates. Thanks for being here. And of course, for Paths for People's continued work and advocacy in our city. So a few questions. You mentioned we've really sort of over allocated space to cars. We know that utilization rates are far below what we would expect. And I agree, there's a lot of exciting opportunities for reallocation of that space. I guess I'm looking for a little bit of feedback or comment on when that can be done through neighborhood renewal, which of course is more of a permanent process, but takes much longer, versus some of those quick wins and ways that we can quickly, effectively implement more immediate measures. Any thoughts on that?
Well, I think from our perspective, what we've seen with some recent projects is, I think we'll focus on the more permanent stuff first. I think what we see and what we hear from the community is that there's kind of a variety of approaches in some of that permanent change. And so improving how we do that permanent change, I think, is really central to doing this work well. We'll see things like 132 Avenue, where it's quite exciting to see some of the changes and some of the enhancements. But then we'll see other projects where that's not so much the case, and we maintain some of these things. So I think there still needs to be a really strong focus on doing that permanent stuff well and coherently, consistently. And so that's why the universal design recommendation or universal recommendation piece is really important. But some of that, the temporary things, I think, are things that we've seen in little smidges. We've seen little steps taken so far. And so doing that more consistently, transforming just a parking spot into a rack for bikes is something we've seen before in the city, or turning it into patio space. I think we've taken some of those first smaller steps. And so having it more consistently tied to this broader strategy, I think, is really important. And I think there's been a lot of hand-holding or direction from the city, and I think it'd be really exciting to have more opportunities for more community-led things. I think neighborhood renewal has a good opportunity for things to be more community-led and kind of community-oriented, because there's lots of good engagement. But yeah, if there's kind of opportunities that the community just sees for some of those temporary changes, it'd be really nice to fast track those to ensure we get those improvements more consistently.
Yeah, that's a great point, and I can follow up with admin around that too, because I think there's a lot of energy and ideas in community for how to reimagine some of those spaces, and we need to be able to facilitate that in a really quick and easy and simple manner. One of the other questions that I had was just around road design, because I think we're talking about curbside management. I can't help but think about the design of our roads and how that matters too, and I think about the vast number of stroads that we have in our city and how reorganization of our parking might actually help with that de-stratification process. And if there's opportunities to actually add in curbside parking to narrow some of those roads, to make them almost as a form of traffic calming. Do you think that's an opportunity as well? And I guess, did you see that reflected in the strategy, or is that sort of an additional conversation that needs to happen?
I think on the first piece, there is totally that opportunity for parking to be traffic calming. I think the concern that we would have, and what we see a lot, is that when parking is underutilized, but the space is still allocated, that's what really drives some of that, like the speeding, the kind of unsafe road behavior from people driving cars, because the road is just so overbuilt. So I think if parking is being added as a traffic calming measure, it really needs to be in places where the utilization is high enough so that it actually doesn't create traffic concerns because the road feels so overbuilt. And I would say, like, in the strategy itself, I think like this is kind of the presentation of some of the high level stuff. And so we'd hope to see that kind of more nuanced commentary about like how parking can be used as traffic calming as the strategy really moves forward. So I think there's a bit more nuance that we didn't necessarily see here, but we anticipated seeing in subsequent steps.
Okay, well, thanks so much for that. Yeah, and I'm thinking even in some of our more suburban contexts, I think about arterial roads where we do have sort of that fast moving traffic, and a lot of our commercial centers are oriented inwards towards sort of those large surface parking lots. And if there's opportunities in the long run, of course, to evolve those into more outward facing sort of Main Street style retail centers. So I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Kevin, I actually don't know how to pronounce your last name. Is it Peterson or Peterson?
We go with Peterson, but we spell it fine.
Okay, all right, Peterson. So it sounds like what you're looking for is to get data integrated in order to help Edmontonians and visitors find parking, because I think what I'm hearing is that there's ample parking throughout the city, just people might not know about it, and to be able to get that data all aligned might help with the city's goal of diversifying some of our public parking.
Yeah, essentially the concept is if you can more efficiently utilize what exists in the entire ecosystem, then you have more flexibility to be able to do other initiatives. And right now, like, the decision was made to remove parking minimums from new development, but there's no real data on utilization at a market level. So what we're trying to do with Zipsol is create a marketplace where you can access customers and customers have access to that information, but also where that data is able to be aggregated on a market level. So now all of a sudden, like, the city can understand what is peak parking utilization at any given time. Where are the highs? Where are the lows? What areas need more parking? What areas don't? And by taking that strategic approach towards collecting the data at a market level, which again, I've got a bunch of ideas on how to accomplish with the private segment participating, it unlocks that potential. And there's a whole bunch of new things that, potentially can be pursued and understood and like made with like real data backing them. Because parking, because it is fragmented, it's the decisions that are made are not based on the information that they should be based on.
Got it. Thanks.
Thank you. That's all for your questions, Councillor Priet.
Yeah, no, I just wanted that clarification. I get it. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, very, very quickly to Mr. Peterson. Just wanting to kind of reiterate that point that you were making around parking being an ecosystem. And I think we've talked in the past about, you know, the impact of pricing strategies for on-street parking and how that influences parking on private properties. Could you elaborate on that a little bit more?
Sure. And so the high level way I think about it is city parking stalls are the VIP. They're the easy to see. That's why I asked the question about percentage of stalls, because they're highly visible. They're easy to park at, pop in and out. It's like they're called the VIP parking stalls. When you do a search in Zip Stall and you say, I want to be close to this business, restaurant, or whatever it is, you almost inevitably, as long as your search is less than 2 hours, you get recommended to park in the city zone. Why? Because they're also the cheapest. So when they're the closest and they're the cheapest, it's like they wind up being most obviously heavily utilized. The other limitation in the past is there hasn't been a marketplace. So we're introducing the marketplace to unlock the potential of the rest of the private ecosystem, like the not as visible parking options, to actually service that. But in my opinion, there should be a focus on data collection. So that goes as far as even if you're, if you want to allow free parking in evenings and weekends or whatever, like to me, those should still be data sessions, because you want to know what utilization is. You want to know what availability is. Those are like key critical elements. As far as pricing between the two, again, to me, it should be more of a supply and demand focus. The report touched on, the cost of parking as a recovery, as the driver for what pricing should be set at. I would point to the market. Like this is truly a marketplace. There's all sorts of competing factors, and there's supply and demand in an efficient market, which hasn't existed in the past because we didn't have access to good information. But with Zipstall, we're trying to make it an efficient marketplace where customers have access to the full inventory of stalls and can make decisions based on their priorities, which will obviously include price.
Great. Okay, thank you so much. Those were all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. No further question for our speakers. Thank you both for waiting this morning to speak to committee. We'll now turn to questions of administration. And Councillor Salvador, you had selected this, so I'll go to you first.
Sure, thank you. First of all, really, really exciting report. Been waiting for this one for a really long time. So really excellent work. I have a few questions just related to, I guess, parking pressure and how different areas will be evaluated. So I'm thinking about some areas maybe more obvious than others, but like along LRT lines, I'm thinking about the eventual opening of the Valley Line Southeast. I know communities are starting to ask questions around what that process is going to look like, and if there might be spillover into the neighborhood for folks who are essentially trying to park and ride in the area. So areas that are experiencing greater infill and densification, what would the process look like from a community member's perspective to engage with a new parking program?
Thank you, Councillor. I think that question would probably fall under the action on the residential parking program, where we will be looking at citywide at various residential parking pressures. I think we would need to be looking at different situations, as you say, as there are different needs in different communities. As you said, for example, with transit needs, working with the needs of residents potentially near existing or new LRT stations. So that will certainly be considered in the work on Action 3 in the residential parking program.
Okay, that's great to hear. And I'm also thinking about even some of the amenities that we have in our river valley, some of the stairs, trails, even things like accidental beach. So happy to hear that that would be part of the work. And would that also be viewed from sort of an equity and accessibility lens, just to provide more clarity and policy direction around when parking restrictions would be appropriate, when they wouldn't be appropriate?
Councillor, I think that's part of the first or action one, where we're looking at the philosophy of parking and how we as a city want to approach it. So it's something, I think it's a fairly big consideration, and so we haven't done the work yet. Need to get into that work to see, well, what does that look like, and how does it, well, of course, equity is a big part of the equation, and how do we best implement the city plan to become that equitable, prosperous, sustainable city?
Right. Okay. That's good to hear that that is going to be part of the work, though. And then just switching gears to parking pricing, as well as some of the technology that we might be able to leverage. So I know Action 4 talks about using technology to influence parking demand, and I think that's just super exciting, really fantastic. I'm wondering how that also relates to Action 2 and the pricing framework. Because I think about some instances where street side parking in downtown, it's more valuable during work hours than at 7 p.m. on a Wednesday. Is there, or will there be contemplation of dynamic pricing so that there's variability in how that changes throughout the day?
Yeah, I think short answer, yes, there will be. I think you're right. The Action 4 on technology, we'll be looking at different ways to collect that data on occupancy so that we can use it to set the prices appropriately to manage demand and set it really at the lowest price possible so that we're able to manage that demand and no more than that. So yeah, we have to do that work, and many things will be on the table in that process.
Great. When was the last time we reviewed our parking prices in downtown?
We need somebody from operations to be able to answer that question. I do know they do ongoing reviews as part of the budget process. Is there somebody here to answer
follow
that?
up on that one. If there's no one there, I can follow up.
Councillor Salvador Jessica Lamar from City Operations. The max pricing for the city-owned parking is actually set by bylaw. So it's been some time since that has been reviewed, and that would be a part of this work, of course, to come back.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for that answer. Also had a question around sort of area specific, neighbor specific, even event specific parking and areas that are located next to those high demand areas. I'm thinking Commonwealth Stadium in particular here in Ward Métis. It sounds like that's also going to be part of this body of work, is how we manage that variability with event-based parking constraints.
Yes, and Councillor, a lot of that relates to the residential parking program, but looking at what's there now, but also what that could be. So it's part of that view number 3.
Okay, wonderful. And then, I'm out of time. I'll come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we heard from Mr. Peterson, and he had mentioned about the city having 18% of parking, and that the city cannot effectively on their own not capitalize, that's the wrong word, but use it properly, use the space effectively. Do you see the benefit in discussing this with private industry and see where there is the disconnect or where we can improve that?
Absolutely. Looks like a great opportunity to me, especially when we tie in on action number 4 on the technology side. But recognize that he was talking largely about downtown, which is a really important aspect, but we're trying to look at a city-wide approach and the various kinds of areas and how can we approach this strategically. So there are many aspects of this project, and for sure there's an opportunity to partner, and I don't think we can be successful overall if we don't take a look at that, the private as well as the public parking.
Okay, yeah, that's great to hear. That's really good. Also, we were action 4 about using, new technology. I know in Europe, this was years ago, downtown they would have large digital billboards that would say the amount of parking stalls available in certain spots. I don't know if it would still be something that would be beneficial, or if it would be more apps.
I think that's what Kevin was talking about, this idea of how do we direct people to where there's the opportunity and the pricing. So it's all part of that technology and availability, and how do we take a look at that.
Okay, great. And on page 2 of the report, I read something that I've kind of felt a little concerned: growing and competing demands for this space. It sounds like we know there's going to be a much larger issue, and is this really, are we going to be prepared for that?
I think that's the role of the strategy council. Councillor, is to really make sure that we are prepared for that, because we do know there is going to be growing demand for this space.
Sorry, just to add to that, in addition to growing demand, but there's all kinds of things that are changing, and so we're looking at how can we respond to that. So technologies are changing, the way we operate. So over COVID, it's really become more apparent that online deliveries have become important. So how do we accommodate that effectively? It's part of what we're trying to take a look at.
Okay, great, thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. I think we have time for one more question. I'll go to Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. So just to follow up on Councillor Principe, so for example, to work with Mr. Peterson, do you require a motion, or are you just going to connect after this meeting?
We don't require a motion.
Okay, great. So you will be connecting after the meeting at some point?
We would like to do that, yes.
Okay, great. Okay, so as far as the questions about increasing demand, there are so many variables that we can't account for right now, because we're looking at the long-term view. We don't know if in 10 years there's going to be automated driving for vehicles, where you basically get out where you want to get out. It drives itself to an appropriate parking spot, and when you want to come back, it'll just come, you get in. I mean, there are all of these various things that are going on the technology front that we can't anticipate. So where do all these plans land in all of those unforeseen variables?
I think that that's the idea of talking about the philosophy of curbside management. So it's at a more strategic level that we're starting to talk about curbside, and recognizing that things are going to change over time. It's not a fixed, we are going to put such and such a parking loading zone here and parking here. It's more of a philosophy. How do we approach the decision making for our use of curbside? And that would be that first action.
Yeah, because even as we work to better fund transit, improve transit, and all of the other options, like all the multi-modes that people will be traveling, the fact is that no matter what, car usage will be increasing in the medium term, I would imagine. Yes? No?
Sorry, what was the question exactly?
Like no matter what we do as a city, with all of the efforts that we're going to be engaged in as far as the way that people travel, one thing that we know is that in the medium term, car usage will actually be increasing. Is that right? Like in the next 10 years, do we foresee a reduction in the use of cars of Edmontonians?
I would hope that we would see a reduction in the portion of trips made by car. If you think about our city growing in a big way, then of course there are more car trips based on that. But hopefully, as we implement the many initiatives that we have to change the mode of travel, to give options and choices, that the proportion of trips made by individual vehicles will be reducing.
That is also my hope. But also with an increasing population, I kind of see that even as we do that, the use of cars is probably going to increase. I'll stop there. Madam Chair, I'd like to move that we receive this report for information, understanding the administration is moving forward on action 1, 2, and 3 as appropriate anyway.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. So we have a motion to receive for information on the floor. We are also at noon, and I believe there's still a number of questions on the board. So with apologies to the delegation in front of us, when we come back at 1:30, we're going to go into the Edmonton Ski Club item 7.1 and 7.5, and we do have 6 speakers on that, and I believe it might be a bit of a debate, so I imagine we're going to resume later in the afternoon. That would be my guess, but I know you'll be watching this closely. So with that, we are adjourned, and we will be back at 1:30. Thank you. Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Hello. Councillor Salvador.
Hello.
And Councillor Paquette, are you here? He's probably just logging on right now. And Mayor Sohi was going to join us, so he may step in. He may step in just after we start. Now, because we scheduled items 7.1 and 7.5 time specific at 1:30, we're going to park the curbside management strategy for now, and don't encourage it. And we're going to move over to the Edmonton Ski Club item. So we'll get administration settled. You can come on up. And then we're going to get the presentation. We're going to hear from speakers, and then, and et cetera. So it goes. Councillor Paquette, have you joined us yet? Okay. He'll join us in progress. All right. Hello. Okay.
Good afternoon. I'm Judy Rahovy, Acting Branch Manager for Community Recreation and Culture Branch. We're here today as a follow-up to the motion made in June that administration provide a report on the approval process and funding requirements to permit the Edmonton Ski Club to demolish and remove the existing lodge and replace on an interim basis a modular building to meet the needs of the Edmonton Ski Club and the Folk Music Festival in Gallagher Park. I would like to introduce Rana Bremer, Director of Partnerships and Event Strategy, who will share more about the ski club and the proposed projects related to Gallagher Park.
Thanks, Judy. So the Edmonton Ski Club is located in Gallagher Park, and it opened for skiing in 1905. The club has been in operation for 117 years, and it's the oldest centrally located ski hill in our region. The existing ski lodge facility is located in Gallagher Park, and it's outlived its lifespan, and it's been completely decommissioned. The facilities previously supported the ski club operations, the facilities that previously supported the ski club operations are no longer accessible, and an alternative interim measure is required to support the ski club's continued operations until a new lodge can be built. There are two reports that will be presented today related to the ski club. The first report is a request to approve funding for the ski club to demolish the existing facilities and to rent temporary modular trailers to support operations until a new facility can be built. The second report is the Edmonton Ski Club Temporary Modular Building Addition is a recommendation to approve the environmental impact assessment and site location study and to deem essential the use of temporary modular trailers in the River Valley for the interim. The ski club is currently in the park and facility development process with a three-phase community-led project. Phase 1 and 2 is the demolition and the temporary modular trailer placement project, and Phase 3 will be the new project, or the new lodge creation. The federal government announced on August the 2nd that they have approved up to $6.6 million from the Inclusive and Greening Building Community Program for the development of a $15 million new permanent ski lodge at this location. The proposed community-led project aligns with the 2021 Gallagher Park Master Plan and addresses all 5 key components of the plan, including amenities, safety, access, recreation, and environment. We would be pleased to answer any questions you may have after you hear from speakers.
Thank you very much for that presentation. So you can take a step back now. I think we may have some folks in person. Zoe Sloan, you want to come up and grab the first chair there? Sandy Fleming. Jennifer Heil. Are you remote? Okay. If you just...
Yes, I'm remote.
Great, thanks. Jake Hendy. You can grab a chair. Andrew Curry. There you go. And Heather McSporran Heil. And that's for questions only. Are you online?
I am indeed.
Great, thank you. We just checked the sound there, that's great. So first of all, I think one of those mics there doesn't work.
Testing.
Yeah, great, okay, everyone's mic works.
Test.
Okay.
Testing.
You want to try yours? Everyone's saying.
Testing.
Yep, there we go, okay. All right, perfect. So if you haven't been here before, or if you have, but it's been a while, our administration just provided their opening remarks for the presentation. Members of the public who have registered to speak will be invited to make their presentation. That's you. We're hearing you in a panel, and so each of you has 5 minutes. And if you're wondering how much 5 minutes is, there's traffic lights right in front of you on the board there. Green means go, yellow means you have 1 minute left, and red means, unfortunately, your time's up. For folks joining us at home, there's a timer on the screen that the clerks will run, but you may wish to keep a timer of your own so you know how much time you have. When everyone has had a chance to present, members of committee may ask questions for you or other panel members, and for this reason, please remain in the meeting until all questions have been asked of your panel. For those of you participating virtually, please remember to mute your microphone when you're not speaking. I know I occasionally forget these things as well. And refrain from using the raise hand functions, as it does create issues of fairness and decorum. And if you're having, or if you experience any technical difficulties, you can contact our city clerk using the information provided in your confirmation of registration. And if you're here with us in person, I do like to remind people we're still transitioning from provincial mask mandates, and we ask everyone to be kind and respectful to each other. And you can wear a mask to protect yourself and those around you, and please respect people's personal decisions around this matter. And in the event of an emergency, hopefully we won't get there today, follow the clerk's directions, and they'll direct you to your muster point. So we had a safety moment there, that's good. With that, I will go to our first speaker, Zoe Sloan. You have 5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. I would first like to acknowledge that today, August 23rd, is Treaty 6 Recognition Day, and the Edmonton Ski Club is grateful to offer our programming in such an important location in the Edmonton River Valley. Founded as a ski club in 1911, the Edmonton Ski Club is Canada's oldest operating ski area. Our history has been sustained for 111 years through generations of hardworking, dedicated volunteers and staff, through the collaboration with many local community organizations, and in partnership with the City of Edmonton. Over this time, the organization has weathered and adjusted operations while remaining a true gem in the heart of the city. Our current board of volunteers and staff have a vision to be Edmonton's premier location for year-round, accessible outdoor recreation. Since restarting operations 3 years ago, we set out to create that vision and expand our programming beyond winter activities and began to offer summer programs. These have continued to grow in manageable phases and proven our sustainability. We now offer introductory to advanced mountain bike programming each spring, summer, and fall, and have added Indigenous designed and led summer camps encouraging stewardship of the River Valley. This is in thanks to our collaboration with our summer site partners, the Edmonton Folk Music Festival. We strive to offer programming where we see the need in the community and often meet our user groups where they're at. In the summer of 2020 and 21, we offered safe outdoor space for local musicians to hold dozens of small outdoor live music shows, providing a rare opportunity during the pandemic to showcase the amazing talent within Edmonton's music community. In the winter, we partner each year with the Flying Canoe Festival to hold live outdoor winter concerts and their signature canoe races on our slopes. For the past 2 seasons, in partnership with the Alpine Club of Canada, we've hosted Alberta's only urban climbing wall. In the winter of 2020-21 season, our new tube park provided many Edmontonians a much-needed safe outdoor recreational experience during the pandemic, and it continues to be a valuable winter amenity that allows participation in outdoor winter recreation without expensive specialized equipment or prior skills. We strive to offer new and more accessible winter programming with the addition of more and more affordable programs. We recognize that outdoor recreation is beyond the financial reach of many Edmontonians, and there are families and individuals who do not have the time and/or economic means to take trips to the mountains, and that even a day of skiing at one of our local hills is a luxury for many. This is why a core goal of the Edmonton Ski Club is to reduce barriers and increase access to outdoor recreation. We offer subsidized programming through partnerships with community organizations, including Kids Sport, Free Play for Kids, Key Creative, Action for Healthy Communities, and the Indigenous Sport Council of Alberta. We will continue to consult with these groups and listen and ensure that their unique user needs are met. We are Edmonton's most central year-round winter and summer recreation area, located right next to the new Matart station of the Valley Line, and this enhances ease of access. This is a goal that aligns with our vision of creating Edmonton's premier accessible River Valley Outdoor Activity Center, and also aligns with our vision to continue creating accessible programming that helps create meaningful spaces and strengthen our community. We are grateful for the help of our community partners towards achieving this goal. Thank you for the opportunity of your time.
Thank you. Sandy Fleming.
Based on our vision to operate year-round inclusive programming and our partnership with so many community organizations, we were selected as a successful recipient of $6.6 million from the federal government's Green and Inclusive Community Buildings Program. With this support, we will be able to build our future at our new net zero carbon facility, the River Valley Outdoor Activity Center. This new facility will enable us to create a space where we can continue to welcome the public and the community for many years into the future, offering affordable, accessible, and inclusive outdoor recreation in a unique LRT-accessible River Valley setting. It will serve as a permanent, environmentally sustainable location for the site production office for the Edmonton Folk Music Festival, and through the next phase of planning, we'll consult extensively with the Folk Festival to ensure their needs are met and that the facility is a net benefit to the festival for many years to come. The new facility will host programs that enable a love of outdoor activities and foster appreciation of the natural environment in Edmonton's beautiful River Valley and Canada's largest river valley park. This project would not be possible without our community partners and their efforts, guided by ESC's hardworking volunteers and staff, both past and present. I'd like to say on behalf of our entire board of directors and our staff that we're very grateful for the support of the City of Edmonton over these past 3 years, the last 3 seasons following our restart of operations. We wouldn't be here speaking with you today without the collaboration and support of the city staff and the leadership and guidance of our ward councillor, Councillor Salvador. This is an important project, and our organization is looking forward to delivering on this vision to support enjoyment of the outdoors in Edmonton's River Valley for many years to come. What we are requesting today is funding that will support the interim transition of our site. The $800,000 in funding will allow Edmonton Ski Club to safely continue operations outside of the footprint of our current facility, using temporary modular buildings for the next 2 to 3 years. Most of the buildings that we need have already been placed on the site and are currently being used by the Folk Festival to support their highly successful return for the 2022 festival. The funding will also provide for the demolition and removal of the current city-owned facility, allowing our new net zero building to be completed in its place. And because we're a community organization, we've been able to leverage construction costs significantly lower than would be achieved through a city-led tendering process. We plan to return to City Council later this year as part of the 4-year budget process to request capital funding to support the construction of the new River Valley Outdoor Activity Center. Like many nonprofit organizations, while our programming is self-sustaining, the barrier to future growth is capital expenditures. We're optimistic that we can receive the city's support for this vision. which would leverage a larger investment from the federal government and potentially the government of Alberta. We've also been invited to submit and have made a funding application to the GOA as well. It's well known that Edmonton has a strong and committed community of volunteers and philanthropists. The Edmonton Ski Club is very grateful for the support of Jennifer Heil and her family for their years of support and guidance. Jen trained at the Edmonton Ski Club and for a number of years and went on to be a freestyle mogul skiing 5-time World Cup champion and gold and silver Olympic medalist. I still find that very intimidating, so that's what happened there. Jen holds a master's degree from the Stanford School of Business and has made many contributions to the community and the nonprofit sector, including Via Sport VC, and as a co-founder of the B210 Athlete Development Initiative. Jen and her family have been longtime supporters of ESC, and we're very fortunate to have her guidance and support on this project. And she's up next to speak.
Thank you. Jennifer Heil.
Yeah, thank you for that introduction, Sandy. Thank you so much for having me, everyone, today. Sandy actually missed one of the most important parts of the introduction, and that is that my family for 4 generations has learned how to ski at the Edmonton Ski Club. So it has such an important place in our family. Anyone who would listen to me on the world tour, I would proudly tell them that I was a world-class skier from the Edmonton Ski Club. I would explain how long the slope is, and people couldn't believe it, essentially. But to me, I was so proud because, yes, there are larger mountains out in the world, but quite honestly, I'm not sure there are stronger programs or stronger community leaders than those that have made the Edmonton Ski Club home to my program and many others. I had the support of 3 national team coaches come through the Edmonton Ski Club and really create an outlet for my passion, my dreams. It all started right there at the Edmonton Ski Club when I started dreaming of becoming an Olympian. So not only did I find that program, but I truly found a community. And I was honestly excited every day to drive in from Spruce Grove into the River Valley, to be a part of Edmonton, to meet folks from across the city. It really broke the ice and gave me a home in the heart of Edmonton. And as I look at everyone who's involved in the redevelopment of the Edmonton Ski Club in terms of making this an accessible, diverse and inclusive space, I just get so excited because there is such a wide range of organizations from more performance-based sport to grassroots to community programs. And I get excited about what kind of culture and what kind of magic and energy is going to live at the Edmonton Ski Club for the next 100 years. And really, this is possible. It's been mentioned already, but it's possible because of the tireless staff and the endless volunteers of the Edmonton Ski Club. And we've talked a lot about accessible and diverse and inclusive programming, but to me, that's actually not enough. I don't think it's enough just to have programming that's accessible. I think it also has to signal to the participants, to the youth, that they're worth it, that we value them. And, we have outlived the facilities at the Edmonton Ski Club. Part of those buildings have been condemned. That sends, in my opinion, the wrong message to these youth who have, in many cases, increased barriers to participate. I think sending the signals that they're worth it, creating a world-class facility, world-class programming is really what we want to reflect in our community. And so this vision and the staff working to make inclusive, accessible, diverse, world-class programming, to me, is the whole package. And I'm just so excited to see such support for this and for the build out of all these pieces. So thank you again for having me. Obviously, the Edmonton Ski Club has played a huge role in my life, in my family's life. But I think even more importantly, this future is going to allow so many more youth and Edmontonians to take part, to spark their imagination and give them really a home in our community.
Thank you very much. Jake Hendy.
All right, thank you. Yeah, my name is Jake Hendy. I'm the Executive Director for the Indigenous Sport Council Alberta. The ISCA, we create physical, mental, emotional, spiritual health and wellness for Indigenous people of Alberta through sport, physical activity, recreation, and culture. We were approached by Edmonton Ski Club last year to discuss their plans and what they wanted to do, and they listened. That was huge. There's a lot of organizations, companies out there that don't really want to listen, but they wanted to get our input from an Indigenous perspective on the design of the building, on outdoor exhibits, you know, and it was sincere, and it was exciting to see that announcement from the federal government that they appreciated that application that we helped with them, our support put together in getting that funding. And right now, I just would say that the City of Edmonton, this City Council has a great opportunity to leave as part of the legacy, you know, to have Edmonton be the Jennifer Heil of cities that understand the importance of sport, physical activity, recreation, you know, and the benefits it is. From an Indigenous perspective, everyone's, you know, going through the effects of intergenerational trauma, from the effects of the 60s scoop, residential schools, systemic racism, forced sterilization, many, many things. And Edmonton has the second highest populated city in Canada, Indigenous populated city. Number one, if you count within 100 kilometers, because you have 8 First Nation communities. Number 3 in North America. New York's number 1, Winnipeg's 2, and Edmonton's 3. But Edmonton's number 2 if you count, again, within 100 kilometers, where a lot of people come in. Fortunately, there's many barriers for a lot of our Indigenous people, as well as new Canadians that come over, to be able to go to the beautiful mountains in Banff and Jasper. But to be able to be right in the city and to have those barriers broken down. And we did that last year. We piloted with the Edmonton Ski Club, providing programming and really subsidizing costs, because normally you'd look at, you know, $120 to $150 for lift ticket, rentals, lessons. You know, we were able to provide families severely broken down barriers where families were able to come out for the first time and come ski and come try it out, and they loved it. And I know it's blasphemous, but not everyone plays hockey, you know, and that can be an expensive sport. And this opportunity and the programming for our Indigenous people in Edmonton and surrounding is huge. Like, it's tremendous to be able to come out and to, you know, get that physical activity. In the medicine wheel, you have your physical, mental, emotional, spiritual. And in a pipe ceremony once, I was taught that you got to be balanced in all 4 areas of your life, or else you can be thrown off. If you do too much mental, you know, then it throws off your other sides. If you do too much spiritual. And there's a lot of programming for Indigenous adults for mental health, for emotional and spiritual, but there's not a lot specifically for physical. And as an organization, we create partnerships and work to provide those opportunities. And with this one, with the Edmonton Ski Club, it provides a wonderful opportunity to be able to create that for adults of all ages, but also their youth, to be with them and to be part of that as a family. And so support to be able to, you know, with the demolition of the building, as well as the future capital costs, joining the federal government, I think would just be huge, and it would be a big legacy for Indigenous people. There's so many programs we haven't even started to even talk about, you know, like land-based learning. There's a lot of Indigenous people that lost that. They don't know a lot of that. And there's so much space over there that we could do programmings. You know, we were just talking now about winter Indigenous games potentially in the future, as well as a lot of key aspects that would just give people hope in the summertime, you know, in the wintertime specifically, knowing that there's a place that they can come out to, and the LRT and the access, and it just makes a lot of sense. And I just want to stress enough that the city, the opportunity that they have to be able to attach your name to that. You know, we've been talking and looking at a potential outdoor exhibit like in BC. You know, they have the totem poles in Vancouver. You know, we don't really have something like that in Alberta, like a really nice exhibit. We have Fort Edmonton Park, which is great, but we're looking at doing something really special where schools will come out for educational, just to come to this outdoor exhibit about the Indigenous past of Alberta. And reconciliation, what all that means. And so I know my time's about up, so I'll leave it here, and just hi, and grateful for the opportunity to be here, and I hope this can go through.
Thank you very much. Andrew Curry.
Hello, my name is Andrew Curry and I chair the board of directors for the Edmonton Folk Music Festival Society. I wanted to begin today by thanking the members of the Urban Planning Committee for the opportunity to speak today in support of the Edmonton Ski Club's request for funding for their interim facility. The Edmonton Folk Music Festival enjoys a long-standing relationship with the Edmonton Ski Club. In the past near decade of my board-level involvement with the Edmonton Folk Music Festival, I've had a first-hand opportunity to experience this goodwill relationship. There have been the normal growing pains between the organizations in the past as we both grew and worked to develop our business models. But these challenges have led to productive solution-based conversations, and as organizations, we've grown to respect and appreciate each other at the highest levels. Simply put, we know that as an organization, we are without a doubt better off having a successful Edmonton Ski Club in Gallagher Park alongside us. The Edmonton Ski Club's ambitious and iconic long-term plan could provide the Edmonton Folk Music Festival with a permanent space for our site operations team throughout our setup, festival weekend, and teardown. The Edmonton Folk Music Festival, being able to leverage this space in both short and long term, rather than annually coordinate modular temporary structure installation, will be significant for us in many ways, including our opportunity to reduce environmental impact, disturbances in the neighborhood, and of course, financial burden. Should the funding for the interim facility not be received for the ski club, which they have indicated would result in their inability to operate this winter season and going forward, our festival will be forced to consider our own long-term solution for this space. The Edmonton Folk Music Festival has and will continue to have conversations with the Edmonton Ski Club about how we might participate in this project, both in the short and long term with them, in a way that adds value for both of our organizations. Should the interim funding be provided to the Edmonton Ski Club, this would provide a window and a potential opportunity to address some of our major needs as well in Gallagher Park that we have that could threaten our own long-term viability. We view this opportunity as the right time to consider our own long-term needs with the lens that we could if we chose to plan our own significant work without adding any significant disruption to the area. Should the funding be approved for the interim structures, this would allow us to begin the work that would be needed to look more definitively at our participation moving forward, and ensure that the overall project would be something that has a positive impact on all Edmontonians who choose to use this space all year round. With respect to accessibility, I support and applaud this overall project for focusing on, among many other things, accessibility for all Edmontonians. I personally experienced an injury in my late teens, which eliminated my ability to participate in sports conventionally or without modification or acceptance of pain and discomfort, which includes skiing. My ability to access our river valley and to participate in winter activities is currently quite challenging if I don't want to drive my car to a location with easier access. I know this is a work in progress throughout our city and park spaces and something that the City of Edmonton has shown leadership on addressing. The LRT stop at the Mutart is a new accessibility gateway to this part of the city for people like me. The Edmonton Ski Club presents a hill that someone with minimal accessibility like myself can participate on without fear of injury and without intimidation and the expense of bigger hills. And, as spoken to previously this afternoon by Olympic gold medalist Jennifer Heil, the hill is also able to challenge a skier and create a level of passion that propels them to a national sports hero. I'd again like to thank the Urban Planning Committee for the opportunity to speak today. I'd like to take this opportunity to also thank all members of City Council for your ongoing support for community building organizations like ourselves in the Edmonton Ski Club. Sandy Fleming is a true community builder, somebody who is passionate about this city. I've experienced this in action, and I believe that this project and the future of the Edmonton Ski Club are entrusted with the right leadership for the very heavy but worthwhile lift ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. And Heather McSporran-Heil has registered for questions only, so we can move now to questions of the speakers. Councillor Salvador, you'd selected this. Would you like to go first?
Sure, yeah, I'll go first. Well, first of all, thank you so much for all of your really comprehensive presentations and for outlining sort of the immediate needs, but also that long-term vision, which is incredibly exciting. So just wanted to get a little bit of an idea of, I guess, how much increased demand there is for programming currently. I know, it's very clear in the report that if this interim modular facility is not going forward, that operations over the next few years would not be possible. And I guess that's a major concern of mine. I want to continue the momentum that you've had over the last few years. So looking for someone to comment on that programming demand. And maybe to Mr. Fleming, would that be okay to direct to you?
I think I was going to direct that to Zoe, if that's okay, because she's...
Sure, absolutely.
Yep.
Hi, thank you. So we've seen over the last 3 years that the demand for programming has increased, especially affordable recreation in the winter. We have continued to grow our programming offerings from basically year one to now. And that programming has become more and more significant as we move to a 365-day delivery, basically moving to a full year of programming. We've seen our summer camps registration jump up this year. We've seen an increase in mountain bike delivery programs for youth, adults, and a women's only ride night, creating community and skill building. We have seen programs that we released on August 15th, our more subsidized programs that are open to the public, have already filled up. So the demand there is quite evident. And we've noticed that as this agenda item has made its way to the media, that we've seen a significant increase of people reaching out, expressing that interest in programming, showing that there is confidence in us in the community, with people wanting to book ahead of time, regardless of what the media coverage has been or the clickbait headlines have been.
Right. Okay. Well, I really appreciate that answer. And yeah, again, exciting to hear that there is so much interest and so much potential for future growth as well. I also just wanted to ask about the funding that you've already secured from the federal government. Congratulations again. And understanding that you'll be looking for additional funding from the city to go along with fundraising efforts, but also curious just about the status of the provincial funding ask as well. It sounds like you are in the process of that currently.
Yeah, I can speak to that. So yes, we did last month submit a request of the provincial government for funding toward the capital project. So that's not related to the interim project that we're doing with temporary modular buildings. That's related to the major capital project that also has the support of the federal government under the Green and Inclusive Community Buildings Program.
Okay, excellent. And then, you know, one of the things that really stuck out in all of your presentations is this is really about more than skiing. Absolutely, that's a core focus. But hearing about the year-round programming, I think is really, really exciting. And also hearing about the connection to arts and culture. So I'm wondering, yeah, I know Andrew is here as well. Mr. Curry, if you could comment a little bit more about just in that interim period, I guess recognizing that long-term vision would of course be amazing for Edmonton Folk Music Festival, but why is this interim period really critical?
Yeah, I think the interim project it's really important to us. I mean, as Sandy said, we did have a very successful return to the hill this year, which was fantastic, but we did just come off of 2 canceled events. So in terms of, you know, financials specifically, and also labor and manpower, and just, you know, disruption to our community as a whole, we're looking to be, you know, as efficient as possible in those areas. So I think with respect to these temporary structures that we used this year, if they were to remain for the 2 to 3 year period that's required for the construction, that would alleviate, again, the disturbance to the community back and forth when we would have to install and remove these structures for our event, sorry. Environmentally as well, would make a big difference not having to haul these back and forth. Having the permanent infrastructure on site, or the semi-permanent infrastructure with the utilities attached, would also be quite significant cost savings for us, and also labor time. So again, less time in the park doing work, which I believe is a big bonus for the folks that use that space outside of our event. So,
Great. Well, thank you for that answer, and I'll leave the rest of time for my colleagues here. I don't have any other questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Fleming, I believe you had mentioned that the city in the last few years had supported financially. Is that correct?
Oh,
Is that operating costs or?
No, there was no operational grant support from the city during that period. I was just referring to the really good collaboration that we've had with city staff. Just, you know, we're operating within a city park. The city is our biggest stakeholder just by virtue of being the landowner, and the folks within community services are our primary liaison, and we've just had a really good, productive relationship with them. You know, as we're working to add more programs, you know, the terms within our lease for the site often restrict, you know, for example, mountain biking. So we actually worked with the city to get permission to do mountain biking within the park, and they made a number of those issues easily resolvable just through our good relationship with them.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I did read the reports, but I'm still not quite familiar exactly with the relationship between the city and the Edmonton Ski Club. The city owns the land.
Yep.
The city owns the Edmonton Ski Club Lodge,
Yep,
but not the Edmonton Ski Club.
Yeah, there may be some folks from administration that may want to speak to that, but I think it's similar
yeah, I
to,
will ask them that question.
I think it's
as
similar
well.
to how community leagues, anything that's on city land is, any building that's on city land, I think is not able to be privately owned. And in any case, we're a nonprofit society, so we actually hold a license. I misspoke earlier, it's not a lease, it's a license to operate on the site, which is similar to any of the community leagues or other recreational organizations that operate on city land.
Right, and you rent out, and Ms. Sloan, right? Yeah, you had said that you're rented out until 2025, the end of 2025. Did I hear that?
Right, so we are AltaFabs.
I think she's asked, you're asking.
So we're requesting funding for interim lodge until 2025 to support our operations, to support having a space to be able to welcome the public into that is safe and accessible. That's what we're requesting funding for, is to support those interim facilities until the construction process is completed, because currently we would be without sufficient indoor spaces. We would be without washrooms, we would be without warming facilities. And it's really challenging to offer safe and accessible programming to families without washrooms and warming space.
I think if I could add to that. So the interim site plan, in order to build a new building, it's, we're going to minimize the environmental impact to the park, we're planning to use the same footprint of the current facility. So we would need to be locating somewhere else during that construction period anyway. It just happens that, we've, through a lot of hard work of volunteers and staff, we've managed to keep the current facility going for the last 3 years since our current board and staff inherited it. But it's at the point now where it's no longer usable by either us or the Folk Festival. The Folk Festival is not able to use it this year. So we're now sharing with the Folk Festival a modular complex that they used during the summer. We'll be able to use the same building during the winter.
Okay, and now do you lease to the Folk Festival? Is there a lease or rental agreement, like a community club or community league will lease out the space to a Zumba dancer, for example?
So if I may, Councillor, the Edmonton Folk Fest has its own license on the land for the time that we utilize it for. So we utilize the rest of Gallagher Park on our own license separately.
I see. Okay, thank you for that. Thanks.
Councillor Paquette, you're on for questions of administration, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So first of all, thank you all for taking time to come out and to speak before committee. It's not, I forget, sometimes it's not always easy. So I appreciate you taking your time out of your day to come. So just to frame this, we have a park site that that as of today, essentially, does not have the appropriate infrastructure for the historical uses of the site. So whether it's the ski club license or the folk fest or even a flying canoe, the infrastructure on site does not have, it is not usable. So whether it was you or whether it's Folk Fest or anyone else coming before us, I see nodding heads. There is a need from the city to replace the infrastructure on this site. Mr. Fleming and then perhaps Mr. Curry.
Sure, yeah, I think you've characterized it really well. Okay. I think just because we hold the license for the longest period of time and that lodge is associated with the Edmonton Ski Club, we've found ourselves as I guess the lead applicant in this process, and we're the ones pushing it forward.
Great. And it would be the same issue for you, Mr. Curry, if there is not infrastructure replacing or a commitment to temporary and permanent infrastructure on this site, the Folk Fest would probably need some form of infrastructure in the interim.
That's correct. Yeah, we would require something to run our site operations off of. Likely, we would look at continuing on annually with the modular buildings that we installed this year, that the ski club is hoping to take over and continue using. We would likely remove them and reinstall them annually, which would be there would be a cost burden associated with that. Whether or not we would be approaching the city or the province or anyone else in terms of building a new permanent facility, that's unlikely at this point. But in terms of annual cost, it would exist.
Okay. That's helpful clarification. There, was some concerns about equity raised. Not, although I hear what you're saying, Mr. Hendy, in terms of the opportunity to serve different constituencies of Edmontonians. But there was some concerns raised around equity between different sort of groups, business models, because there's other ski hills or winter sport. Outdoor winter sport activity centers in the city, and I'm wondering if either Ms. Sloan or Mr. Fleming, if you had some insight into how we might, or how this request is different from perhaps the other models that we see in operation around the city.
Well, I think that one of the biggest defining factors between Edmonton Ski Club and the other three areas that would be, or the other two municipal areas and the one just outside of the city, it comes down to accessibility and affordability. Accessing Rabbit Hill or Sunridge, which are both fantastic facilities, those are not easily accessible by public transportation. Accessing Snow Valley is a little easier, but not nearly as easy as accessing us. We're located right in the heart of the city. It's a short bus ride. Some people can walk. With the LRT line, when that becomes operational, will just be transformational for us. And then the other thing is we are at a lower cost than those other areas, simply because a lot of our infrastructure is on a scaled back version than what they have, but it also makes us quieter and more accessible in the sense that there's an increased sense of safety when you don't have that fluency or of skill acquisition yet. So you can go there and wipe out, and you don't have to worry about the hectic busyness of people zooming by you and that lack of proficiency feeling glaring.
All right, thank you. I'll leave that there. Councillor Rutherford, are you on for questions of administration or questions of the speakers?
I have just a couple questions for the speakers, please.
Okay, you're very quiet in the room here, and so I'll go to you now for questions of the speakers.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. So just I guess the question, there's two questions I have that are before us today. And I guess one is just, I want to understand if we approve this, $800,000 for this temporary facility, is that setting up the precedent of contributing to this capital cost that will also be coming as an unfunded service package? So are we setting up that expectation in your mind with the approval of this temporary solution? And I would direct that at anybody at the Edmonton Ski Club that feels best to answer.
Sure. No, it wouldn't. I think that's why this is a separate request in advance of the budget process, and it would also benefit all of the other site partners. So it'll allow the folk festival to continue using that infrastructure. The alternative would be, if this wasn't funded right now, is the modular complex that they used would have to be hauled out with trucks this fall, and then it would need to be brought back again in the spring. So I think just from a site disruption standpoint, it's providing a bit of continuity, and it would allow us to operate just for the 3 years. Even if the new building project doesn't happen and we don't get support from other levels of government, we'd still be able to continue to operate effectively the same way that we have for the past 3 seasons in that temporary facility.
Okay, that helps with that one. And I think you kind of answered slightly the second part of that question, but the other thing before us is, is this temporary measure deemed essential for the river valley? Is sort of the other piece that I understand from this. And so from your perspective, why is this essential, and what would happen if we weren't to grant this? If you could just paint me that picture there so I can understand the essential need for these.
Yeah, I think it's essential in terms of us not having an alternative location. So if we're not allowed to have that building there, we don't have an alternative site. So in that sense, it's essential to preserve the use of that site as it exists now.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. That concludes the questions of the speakers before us. So you're welcome to stick around, but I'll ask you now to step back and we'll bring administration forward and ask questions of administration. And Councillor Salvador, you had selected this item, so I'll go to you first and then Councillor Paquette.
He's on the board, go ahead.
Okay, Councillor Paquette?
Oh, no, absolutely. Councillor Salvador, please.
I think she deferred to you, so we have a Canadian
okay.
standoff.
All right, sure.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I've got a quick question, and it may seem like it's from left field, but I don't think it is. I've been looking it up, but I can't find what was the cost of the Beaumaris Lake open space rehabilitation?
We'll get that for you, Councillor Paquette. Don't have that off the top of my head.
Yeah, I don't know why I once knew the number. Now I don't. Okay. Well, we'll swing back to that. I am assuming that Councillor Salvador is going to be putting the recommendation on the board, so I won't be doing that. I don't know. I'll take a look at see. Yeah. Okay. So I won't be doing that, but I guess, people are going to look at this and they'll be like, okay, well, it costs that, the amount that's being asked, that could pay for a park in my neighborhood. It could pay for the filling a few potholes. And so, they may not see the value inherent in here. We heard from the speakers, but from a city perspective, there is a value there. And I'm just wondering if you could speak to that.
Thanks, Councillor Paquette. I'll start and then I'll maybe ask Jill Gillis or Ms. Gillis to add if there's anything else. So yeah, I think from a recreation perspective, it's important. We certainly have seen in the last couple of years with the pandemic, the increased desire for access to outdoor activities. It's important that we have recreational opportunities in our river valley that people can experience and enjoy. Certainly the ski club has a long history of serving Edmonton, and being right on the cusp of the downtown sector, certainly serves that population. They have done a really good job in the last couple of years in expanding their opportunities and in increasing the recreational opportunities available to Edmontonians with things like the ice wall, expanding into the summer season, I guess you would call it, with some cycling programs and things like that. So I think from our perspective, we certainly see the importance of keeping the ski club operational. So, Jill, I don't know if you have.
Yeah, I'll
Thank
just.
you.
I'll just.
Am I getting some feedback? All right. So, by the way, my staff just texted me, Adam. Beaumaris Lake currently just passed checkpoint 3 and has spent to date $339,668.50 from the old 2015-18 profile. One to bring us checkpoint 4, the details were $1.249 million for the rest, I think. But a lot of money. I mean, there's a lot. And so I'm just saying, I think that, I guess from that perspective, Beaumaris Lake, for example, on the north side, people use it, so it was worth the investment. We want to make sure that people can continue to enjoy it. And this is part of the amenities that we strive to provide as we grow as a city. And so I guess I'm just wondering if in your mind, you see a correlation between these recreation areas and, and to go further, what we're doing with Horlack as well.
Councillor Paquette, we did get confirmation on the numbers for the construction of Beaumaris. It's just under 10 million completed. And like Beaumaris...
Sorry, that was a legitimate whistle. Anyway, go on.
Yeah. Beaumaris Lake is an amenity that serves the community. Similarly, this area, as part of the Gallagher Park Master Plan, includes a component that accommodates this use, which, like you say, does serve the community as well.
Okay, I appreciate that. Okay, well, with that in mind, knowing that people in my ward, they love going to both places, I think that if there's a recommendation on the floor, I'll be supporting it wholeheartedly. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is, now the building has surpassed its lifespan. It is no longer safe. Why, I'm concerned or curious why the Edmonton Ski Club needed to come to the city. If it's a city-owned property, why would they be responsible for the demolition of it? Shouldn't that just be a part of our responsibility?
So, Councillor, we have a very varied range of types of leases, licenses, and agreements with groups. And so there's a variety of responsibility that can be given to the group. And so in this case, for a very long number of years, the group was responsible for the full maintenance of the facility. And so the city was not involved in the day-to-day operations or maintenance until it was recently brought up to our attention that the facility had fallen into disrepair, and that we then changed our relationship with the group to be responsible for the building, which is on city land and ultimately would come to be our responsibility. And so that's a little bit of the history behind it.
Okay, yeah, see, that's my confusion, because I just felt that it's something that it should be incorporated within our budget already, I would imagine.
Absolutely. So when the city owns and operates a building, it is part of our renewal program, and we do all of the necessary maintenance. But we do have these situations where we have some liabilities that come back to us and that are not necessarily budgeted for. The other item I would highlight is that at this point in time, we have more renewal needs than funding or availability, and so we do have to prioritize where we make investments.
Okay, that helps. And so, again, I'm still trying to get an understanding of the relationship where we are now. So we are this, as in the city is the landlord, correct? And we are leasing out to the Edmonton Ski Club, or it's because it's a nonprofit, there's no lease agreement?
Councillor Principe, we have a license agreement with them. So in 2017, we had a lease with the Edmonton Ski Club until 2017. And that was the year that the building was, the south side of the building was condemned. And at that point, there were some challenges, or the city had some concerns, and we actually terminated the lease, and we have subsequently entered into a license with the Edmonton Ski Club. Going on memory here, I think that was in like 2018, 2019, because the city had provided some funding. The provincial government also stepped up with some funding, and so then we re-entered into a license agreement with them. So right now we do have a license agreement that runs for a 10-month cycle, and then the final 2 months of the year, July and August, we have a license with the Folk Fest.
Okay, I see. Again, my confusion as well is because when I read in the report that the Folk Festival is in support of the Edmonton Ski Club's request, really their requests are to the city, not necessarily just in support of, I guess what I'm trying to say is they're both requesting basically. They both need it. It's not that they're just in support of the Edmonton Ski Club. They're in support of it for their own festival as well. Yeah. And when I read it in the report that they were in support of the ski club, I'm like, I just felt that it was a little bit misleading to me.
Yeah, so there is a need for both groups. Both groups have a need for a facility, and that's, so your comments are right. So the ski club would use the facility or the temporary facilities for the 10-month, and then the Folk Fest would use those facilities for their 2 months. So yes, each group has a need there, and so what we're trying to do is to find a solution that works for both.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. And I am happy to move the recommendation in the report, but I also just want to get clarification from the clerk. I'm planning to move a motion that would move forward with the $800,000 for supporting the ski club. Can that be included as sort of a point 3?
Apologies, I'm just double checking, but it would be slightly cleaner if we did the recommendation in item 7.1 separate, and then the motion that you'd like on 7.5 separate as well.
Sure. Yeah, that sounds good. Well, then I'm happy to move that the Urban Planning Committee recommend to City Council that the Edmonton Ski Club Temporary Modular Building Addition Environmental Impact Assessment and Site Location Study, as outlined in attachments 1 and 2 of the August 23rd, 2022 Integrated Infrastructure Services Report, IAS 01406, be approved, and that the location of the temporary modular buildings within the River Valley, as outlined in attachment 2 of the August 23rd, 2022 Integrated Infrastructure Services Report, IIS 01406, be deemed essential pursuant to the North Saskatchewan River Valley Area Redevelopment Plan, Bylaw 7188.
All right, thank you, Councillor Salvador. Would you like to introduce the item?
You know what, I think this one's fairly self-explanatory, but I'll hold off for my subsequent.
Okay, and you did mention a subsequent, which I believe you'd circulated or indicated to members of committee that so there was a question as to whether or not she could state them. The clerks have given feedback because this is the EIA piece, so she can drop it in the chat to give everyone a little bit more of a heads up on that, but so right now we have the receive for information on, or not receive for information, the recommendation on the EIA. Council or Mayor, so did you have questions on this, or did you have questions on?
No, I have. I'm ready to vote on this, but I have questions on. Looking forward to subsequent motions from Councillor Salvador.
Okay, Councillor Rutherford, did you have questions on this? The EIA?
No.
Okay, all right. Anyone wishing to speak to it? All right. Councillor Salvador, do you wish to close on this?
No, that's okay. Thank you.
Okay. Please vote.
We have 5 votes.
Please display the vote. Okay, so that'll go up to council next week, I believe. Now, Councillor Salvador. Well, we have Mayor Sohi on the board still, and Councillor Rutherford. So we passed 7.1. Sorry, I have to talk about the governance. We still have 7.5. So could Councillor or Mayor Sohi, do you wish to speak to, or do you have questions on 7.5?
I will wait till Councillor Salvador makes her motion.
Okay, yeah. So we'll defer that. And Councillor Rutherford, do you have questions on 7.5?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
So I guess just to administration, I do want to pick up on some of the line of questioning by Councillor Principe, because I guess one thing that's kind of flagging for me is the ski club was responsible for, and so correct me if I'm wrong in my understanding, the ski club was responsible for maintenance, did not maintain it to a state of good repair. It fell into disrepair. We took it back, and now they're coming back for more money. Is my understanding correct?
Yeah, so Councillor Rutherford, as I said with Councillor Principe, in 2017, we did take it back. We terminated the lease and we took the facility back. However, the facility is an old facility as well, too.
Yeah.
I'm going to just look at my colleague here.
But
yeah,
prior to 2017, if I understood correctly from your previous answers, we had an agreement for the maintenance of that building, like we do with community leagues, as a good example, to maintain those structures. No?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, so I guess because I know, for example, we have the tripartite agreements with community leagues, so that if that does happen with an asset, there's sort of a fallback and liability. But it doesn't sound like we had that with this facility. Is my understanding also correct?
Yeah, that's correct, Councillor.
I'll just add that in 2017, when we were assessing the building, there was a decision made to have no more maintenance on the building because of the current state, and we didn't want to continue putting money into an older facility. So we always collectively knew that this day would come. You know, like Pascal had mentioned, that we didn't have a plan for a full capital rehab of the building, and so we are in this position now.
When you say we knew this day would come, we administration, or we collectively with the ski club?
I would say we collectively with the ski club.
Okay, and then I guess a question to Mr. Laughlin. We're going to have some really hard conversations about assets and what assets we maintain and what assets we don't maintain as a city.
Yes, that is something we're going to have with council going into the four-year budget discussion. I would just add to Ms. Gillis's comments that this is something that we do experience with a number of leased or licensed facilities related to required maintenance activities for user groups. And it is something that we have mixed experiences in terms of performance by user groups. I think what Ms. Gillis was getting at is that we reached a point where regardless of how we got there, there was a need to address the issue, and through working with this group that I believe has sort of reformed itself, we're in a position where this is the best course of action from our perspective.
Yeah, no, I get that, and but I just going back to the line of questioning I was about to ask. My understanding is we're going to be talking about, and we are going to have to make some hard decision on assets. Now, I'm again acutely aware of the sequencing of some of the decisions we're making. So my question is, would this one be in the consideration of that discussion?
Well, this one, from our perspective, in terms of how we've evaluated the existing facility, is that we would demolish this facility if the licensee or leasee, sorry, I'm not sure exactly what the wasn't going to do it. So from an asset rationalization perspective, this is the right approach.
Okay, that helps. Thank you so much. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Any other questions or comments on item 7.5? Councillor Salvador.
No questions, just to move the subsequent if there's no other questions.
There doesn't seem to be other questions. I'll just look at the clerk. Does it have to be a subsequent or can it be an alternate recommendation to receive for information?
It's basically an alternate recommendation.
Yeah, so you can just move your motion.
Great. So I'll move that administration prepare an unfunded service package for consideration during the 2023-2026 budget deliberations to fund the city's contribution, estimated to be between 3.5 to 4 million towards the development of the new Edmonton Ski Club permanent lodge. And point 2, that Urban Planning Committee recommend to City Council that the Community Recreation and Culture 2022 operating budget be increased by $800,000 on a one-time basis, with funding from the Financial Stabilization Reserve to support the Edmonton Ski Club to demolish the existing building and to rent temporary modular buildings to support the ski club and the Edmonton Folk Music Festival operations. And Madam Chair, may I take a second to introduce that?
Yep. We just got it up on the screen here, so go ahead and introduce it.
Excellent. Yeah, so really appreciate the discussion today and to all of our speakers for coming out. I think it was very clear from the report that the demolition of the existing lodge and the installation of temporary modular structures are really critical for allowing both the ski club and the Edmonton Folk Music Festival to sustain their operations while the current lodge is replaced with a permanent facility. And we've learned that if the club does not receive the requested funds to support demolition and replacement, the ski club will not be able to operate for the 2022-2023 season and beyond. And I know I don't want that. I don't think community wants that either. The modular buildings will allow Edmonton Ski Club and Edmonton Folk Music Festival to continue offering really valuable programming at a key Edmonton recreational hub, which we heard today goes far beyond just skiing. You know, we're talking about supporting arts and culture, school groups, organizations like Free Play for Kids, and other nonprofit organizations that serve not just the immediate communities, but folks across the entire city. And we're also talking about continuing to support a world-renowned music festival, which brings tens of thousands of people to the Hill every summer. So I have worked with administration on the wording of this motion, which would see a one-time budget increase of $800,000. So that the demolition and modular structures can proceed. There is a longer term vision here, and I think that our speakers did a good job outlining that today. There's also a really rich history. You know, this is a recreational site that I think shines a light on our status as a winter city and has done so since 1911. And the vision that the ski club has developed for the lodge will not only continue that legacy, but build on it. So the interim step that we need to take to get there is to support the demolition of the facility and install temporary structures. The first part of this motion makes explicit what was forecasted in the report and asks for an unfunded package to be contemplated as part of our budget process. So very happy to take any questions, but thanks again for the conversation.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Mayor Sohi.
Yeah, so quickly to Mr. Laughlin, so I understand correctly, this needs to be replaced. The building needs to be demolished.
From our perspective, yes.
Right, so either way, we got to get it done, whether we do it or this ski club gets
Correct.
$800 million.
If the ski club wasn't going to do it, we would do it.
Okay. On the building of the new building, they got about $6.6 million from the federal government, right? And leveraging that money and applying for provincial grant, hopefully getting that done. And I know this is, from city's perspective, a growth project, right? Even though it's a replacement plus enhancements. So where would it fit in our priority areas?
Well, this would be a bit different in that if the question is related to the city's contribution, this wouldn't be our facility. This would be the ski club's facility.
So we'll be making grant contributions then.
Correct.
Okay, and matching or having province or federal government already made their commitment, but making our contribution to it.
Preferably, it's the province and the feds and not the city.
Yes. Okay. Got it. Okay. I gotta go, in about 15 minutes. I really want to speak to this. I think we need to support this. We need to get that building demolished and support the ski club, build a new facility. I saw some of the drawings. It's a beautiful, beautiful design that will add to the aesthetics of the river valley, as well as provide valuable services and programs to many Edmontonians, and long history of this ski hill at that site, and the way they're engaging with some of the marginalized communities and Indigenous youth. It's such a very important facility that needs to be supported. As a matter of fact, when I stepped out, I was out meeting with some of the business delegation from Norway, and we were talking about some of the amenities that we have in our city, and I was telling them I need to go back to council meeting because we are debating the future of the ski hill facility, and that we have such a beautiful hill in our city. And they were saying, yeah, you do, right? And don't have to go into mountains. And I think these things do add so much value for tourist attraction, for economic growth, for enjoyment of Edmontonians and some of the marginalized communities. I think we need to support this. I hope that we support it. Yes, the first part of the motion needs to be discussed during the 2023-2026 budget deliberation. So we'll make that decision at that time, but I think it needs to be there to have that discussion. On the second part, I think giving them certainty and that there's resources available for the demolition of the building, I think that'll probably help with some of the schedule for construction on the new facility as well. So I hope that committee will support it.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Paquette.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I will also be supporting this wholeheartedly. And I hope it passes during budget as well, simply because that investment gets returned to us in major ways. And so that's the only way that I look at it, is just the return on investment. So activating that space, keeping the ski hill going, and the different festivals that go in there, and hopefully there will be more once there's a facility. So I hope the neighbors also hope that there's more. But on a personal note, I have a lot of great memories of that ski hill, and only one of them landed me in the hospital. So hopefully for those who use it in the future, they have as many great memories as I do and a few less doctor visits. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The spoiler is that the event that landed Councillor Paquette in the hospital wasn't even in the winter, so.
It was.
It had nothing to do with skiing. Anyone else wishing to speak to this item? Anyone, Councillor Salvador, to close?
Sure, thank you, Madam Chair. And I don't have too much to add following Mayor Sohi and Councillor Paquette. Really appreciate your words and support for this. I agree with everything you said. You know, this is an opportunity to continue supporting a fantastic recreational and cultural hub in our city that has an amazing history. When we're talking about building a city that is going to attract and retain talent, we need to think about the types of experiences and the type of lifestyle that people can live. And these types of amenities are just critically important to that. Absolutely agree that the return on investment on this is here. Thinking about all of the organizations, typically, underserved youth in particular, and vulnerable and marginalized folks that wouldn't normally get an opportunity to experience recreation and leisure in the same way. Knowing that that's a focus of the Edmonton Ski Club and your operations is really heartening as well. So I'll end it there and look forward to future conversations for part one in particular when that comes up at budget. But of course, would ask everyone to support this as is today. And thanks again for the conversation and support.
Thank you. And that was to close. So please vote.
We have 5 votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. So to recap, the unfunded package request will come back at budget, and part 2 of that motion will go up to council for probably a little bit of conversation there. All right, so that concludes item 7.5. So our delegation can step back on that, and we resume with item 7.4, curbside management. All right, welcome back. So one of the questions I had about the curbside management strategy was something that I'm thinking of that Mr. I'm blanking, one of our speakers brought up, Mr. Peterson mentioned, reminded me that we eliminated parking minimums. And over the lunch hour, something I was talking about was how over 10, 20 years, we might see some of our existing private parking be especially as it relates to at-grade parking, be converted to other uses, which is pretty reasonable. But there's sort of an ongoing tension there between the parking the city makes available and has available versus those, if we're relying on that private parking versus we're trying to create a better use for that private land. Sort of how do you expect to navigate those tensions in your strategy?
I think that's part of the reason why this curbside management report came to be, is that we brought the open option report here to Urban Planning Committee, and coming out of that was a subsequent motion to look exactly at that, is how are we going to look at parking overall in our city. And so we'll continue to navigate that space through this strategy as well through open option parking and the zoning bylaw.
Okay, so something that, first of all, I'm glad that you're looking at the residential parking program again, because I think, and I don't want to call it a minor issue to make it sound unimportant, but it's a really local issue for a lot of communities. And I think I heard you speak to this, but I'm just doubling back again. So will the strategy look at sort of at how amenities are essentially deployed into neighborhoods, and then on the back end, the support that are given to neighborhoods when it comes to parking, whether it's LRT, whether it's sort of, I'm going to say attraction nodes or attractions in the River Valley? Are you going to be sort of working proactively to help communities navigate those?
Councillor Hamilton, Jessica Lamar here. Absolutely the case. The residential parking program has not changed since it was initially implemented, and it paints our entire city with a very broad brush. Since then, I think we know as we continue to grow, there's lots of unique spaces, lots of public access points. You've listed many of them, and that creates unique challenges and constraints in different neighborhoods and spaces. So the new program will absolutely take that into account and allow us to have a little bit more of a personalized approach for this space.
Which is good to hear. Thank you. And I think you bring up what I think could be an interesting challenge to flag. In that time, there is a lot of neighborhoods who have enabled some form of a parking program. And one of the justifications for any residential parking program is, and I quote, "while X neighborhood has it." So we run the risk strategically of creating camels, which is, so we could have a program, and then you have all these other retroactive programs that don't conform with the current strategy. So I'm wondering if you're going to, and this is very tricky, if you're going to look at that holistically, or if you're going to look at new programs first and then revisit the older programs, or if you're not going to. I'm sort of curious how you look to address some of those challenges.
It's such early stage, Councillor, we haven't built the plan out, but I think you've hit on a really important point, which is that there are some existing programs in place. They're not all the same. There are many neighborhoods and spaces that would have liked to have programs that didn't meet the criteria up until now. I think we have to take that all into account. There needs to be really good engagement and understanding from communities about what's needed, and we need to make sure it all aligns with the city plan. So that's a balancing act we're going to have to walk through, and we don't have any answers right now about if that means grandfathering or if it means changing existing programs, but I think we'll walk through that as it comes and make sure that Edmontonians are heard in that process.
Yeah, as those, absolutely, those legacy parking programs could, they also run the risk of undermining, I think, our sort of larger goals as a city. With that, I have 25 seconds left. 5 to 7 year implementation timeline, but you're prioritizing 3 of those first so that people who have been waiting for some answers on some of these questions won't have to wait the full 5 to 7 years, correct?
No, they won't.
Okay, any timeline on those short-term deliverables?
Don't have a timeline yet, but we will come back to council Q4 next year.
Okay.
But as soon as we're done this meeting, we'll get on planning that implementation.
Thank you. All right. Councillor Stevenson, you're on the first round, so I'll go to you, and then I'll, Councillor Salvador, you're on your second round, correct? Yeah, I see you nodding there. So Councillor Stevenson.
Thanks so much. And yeah, really picking up from where you left off. I'm so excited about this work. It's wonderful to see it coming forward. You know, the residential parking program modernization, I think, is you know, a particularly exciting area. Again, in O'Damon, where 75% of people live in apartments and condos who have had no access to residential parking programs because they're over 3 stories. So very much looking forward to a more equitable approach to that. My question was similar to Councillor Hamilton's. I'm so excited about this work that I don't know if I want to wait 5 to 7 years. Just wondering, it sounds like you're working within existing resources. You aren't recommending any further resources through the budget process. Just wondering, again, what an accelerated timeline could look like.
I think this is a change management piece for Edmontonians as well. Parking is one of those big topics. And as we work through the city plan, there's going to be a number of change management pieces for Edmontonians, as well as they're welcoming new density into their neighborhoods. And so it is our, I do think a slower implementation on parking might make sense if I was to look at it overall. But, you know, we can take that away and think through it as we, not for this budget, but perhaps for adjustments as we work through this next phase of the work plan. We can put that lens on it.
That's great. And I mean, I take your point absolutely. It's sort of that change management. And I think for me, sort of the resourcing that I think would be really important is just for that engagement and storytelling and budget to do videos and outreach and things like that. So certainly something that I'd be open to if that comes forward subsequently. Yeah, maybe just circling back, action 4, again, I know there have been a bit of some challenges with accessing some of the parking data, so the application programming interface work that's happening, is that, I understand that's on hold right now, but are we looking to open up our city data sets to app creators again soon?
Councillor Stevenson, Jessica Lamar again. Some of our existing limitations on the data is the app that we use. And we're actually in progress with trying to pursue new technology to support. We'll be building in requirements to that process that would support this strategy and the outcomes that we're trying to achieve. And ideally, it allows us to provide more and more helpful information for the way forward.
Great. And that would be taking sort of an open data philosophy in terms of making that information available to anyone who wanted to sort of develop and work with that?
Absolutely, and that is in fact the case now for what we do have is available on open data already. We would certainly follow that moving forward as well.
Great, thank you so much. Then just really want to speak briefly about Action 5, and I know we'll have other conversations, but the parking benefit districts were really interesting to me. I think that's a neat concept. Just wondering if there's also some thinking around, you know, using those funds to reduce demand, like using some of that funding for demand management initiatives.
Yes, it is part of the consideration. I would say other cities have initiated such things. I believe like Austin, Texas is one example where some of the funding goes into, I think it's cycling amenities or some sort of transit supports. So it is something under consideration.
Yeah, I think that helps avoid sort of like the have and have not neighborhoods potentially. So again, you know, pedestrian infrastructure is always something that can be invested in, but really looking to reduce the impacts of parking that the community might be facing through those revenues. Is there a motion on the floor? Okay, receive for information? Okay, can I speak very briefly to it? Yeah, just wanted to say thank you again so much for the work. And there are going to be some really tough conversations ahead. So I hope you all know that you certainly have my support. I think a lot of my council colleagues' support. So really encourage you to be bold in those conversations, that we'll have your back, and look forward to seeing how this advances. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Salvador, you had additional questions?
Just one more question, sure. Also about the parking benefit districts. I thought that was really, really fascinating, but just want to make sure it's done in an equitable way, because I think oftentimes the neighborhoods that are experiencing that increased parking pressure are also the ones who have good access to amenities and have seen greater public investment. So I guess it sounds like that is going to be part of the work. It's just sort of conceptual phase right now, and we'd get more information as that rolls out. Is that right?
That's correct, Councillor Salvador, and I'm sure we'll need to have our colleagues in finance involved in any recommendations in that area.
Right. Okay, wonderful. And then just wanted to follow up on one of the points that our speaker, Mr. Rates, brought up around opportunities for community to help in the reimagination of some of those spaces, curbside spaces. And I'm thinking more of those immediate sort of quick wins as opposed to waiting for neighborhood renewal. Under what action would that be contemplated? I guess how does that fit into this work?
Councillor Salvador, one thing I might offer is that actually is an option that is available to the public at this point through the Vision Zero Street Labs program, for example, where we are repurposing curbside space to support street safety projects. There are other mechanisms as well with the temporary patio program, for example, where businesses have been transforming curbside space. So these opportunities do exist with current programming available, although I'm sure it will advance through these strategic actions as well.
Awesome. Yeah, and I think those are two really great examples that have seen a lot of success and a lot of demand. So I'd love to see that sort of expanded and furthered through this body of work. But that's it from me. Also very supportive. I think this is incredibly exciting. I know I said I've been waiting a really long time for this to come forward. So thank you for the discussion today, and really looking forward to supporting this going forward. Excellent work from Edmonton.
I believe Councillor Paquette is on to close. Anyone wishing to speak to the motion on the floor? I'll just echo other folks, and they say thank you for the work. The change management piece is huge on this, as we know, but I think we're starting from the right latitude to deploy this across the city. Councillor Paquette to close.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, you know what? I've parked many times, and only once has I ended up in a trip to the hospital. True story. But I am actually really excited about this. I know that maybe so there's some concern in the public that this means, you know, they won't have parking. This is a long-term plan. It's going to be rolled out over a long period of time, and as we saw just from public speakers today, there are people who are working on basically showcasing to the public just how much parking is actually available. So I'm not very concerned about that aspect of things. What I am concerned about, and it's a good concern, is how rapidly we can start deploying some of these amazing ideas. And so to administration, thank you. I hope that you find great success in actually actualizing these things sooner than later, because I think Edmontonians are actually going to love it. they're going to love it. I remember a trip down memory lane. I remember watching some of the debate in Montreal way back in like 2005 to 2008 or something like that, when they were making a lot of street changes. And there was a lot of outcry from the public saying, oh, you know what, this doesn't make sense. We don't need this. Just keep it the way it was. Nowadays, you'd be really hard pressed to find anyone saying, wow, we sure made a mistake. In fact, those changes have been universally praised. And if we can get that same kind of energy going in Edmonton, I think that will only benefit residents and make the city more functional, more navigable, and a more beautiful place to be. So again, thank you for all your hard work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. That was Councillor Paquette to close. Please vote.
We have 4 votes.
Display the vote. And that is carried. So thank you for that. I forgot to call for councillor inquiries, but I didn't receive notice of any councillor inquiries, but I'll call for them nonetheless. And having dealt with items 7.4 and 7.5, we are adjourned. Oh, any motions or, motions pending or, I can't do this. Notices of motion or motions without customary notice? All right, we are adjourned.